Lorraine?
Yes, good morning, Eugenia.
Good morning. Can you tell me who we have currently on the line?
You have 9 participants, but you're the only member that's on the line, and we have Merv Lynch. Sherelle's also on the line, and Captain Yazzie. And then there's 3 other guests that are on the line.
Just so we're not, we're not confusing the phone numbers with anybody else. Can I ask the 3 individuals who are currently on the line to announce who they are?
They can.
Excuse me. Good morning. This is Nikita Kirk, Legislative Staff Assistant. And I'll be listening and on the public forum today.
This is Leah Thomas, Alberto Peshlikai's staff.
Good morning. This is Tamara Johnson with the Office of the President and Vice President.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Joanne Dedman, LDA to Delegate Eugene So.
Lorraine, this is Delegate Charles Newton. We're going to go ahead and begin. We're going to call this meeting or this forum to order at 10:11, although there's not really an official requirement to call this forum to order. Let me pull up my at this time, we do have an agenda that is posted on the Navajo Nation Council page. This is a public forum hosted at the Chinle Police Department Training Office. I believe it's called the EOC room here in Chinle, Arizona. The start time is at 10 o'clock a.m. It is now 10:11. The meeting is being held in person and via teleconference, which is why I was asking who we have on the line. We currently have on the line with us Nikita Kirk, Leah Thompson, Tamara Johnson, Lorraine Spencer, Sherelle Nota, and Joanne Dedman. Is there anybody else who has joined the line? Not hearing anything. I am here at the Chinle facility. With me, we do have Council Delegate Key Allen Begay, who is representing the Many Farms community. We're going to go ahead and again at 10:11, we call this forum to order. We'll go ahead and begin with the invocation. Shitsui Key Allen, can you go ahead and lead us in invocation at this time, since this is the community that you represent?
Five chapters I could over Kadisha, Low Mountain, Tachibu Gap, Mount Zany, Mini Farms, Taran Kanwado, Coco. Although Jan Tidini on this Kadoshma, I plan order committee, Roshindi, or Citizen Delegate Sabiada Dini. Although I shouldn't see Citizen Habodo, Aboshindo Kodo. That the Kiaka, Yashon Kodo. Deep in the nonsense that Arcodo, Shandin, Lini, Benkinat, Slab, Arconic and Lini, Kobe, Nahini, Nado, Kobe, Nahdi, Honda Hodges. Nazan Lini had a sheep at Nila, Adam Car, Nila, a car and lie being that's what the Kudon Chava Hills. Nahabayango, Nahabayango, Nandis Condo, Trees and Daily. That's ego nadi na get hand needle the sky. Other codonet yat a way codon is not what the story. Aracon, easy be a quack a quack a larger, she needs and bishops and neatly. And that has his man being beverage and that has the issue with this aya yesterday, codo, happy a quack and nandy kaka. But arts on a night after on a night to start the ben of the car. Codo, round order committee. Smart larger set that to the case that committee members and lead non Shita Nico. But the change at the Kudo, North Net Ayat Ewe Kudo, Shabata Hodiano, Tim Shadi, Singad, Arakodo chapter officials, Concert Lini, brother, Arakodo stage. Officials and Lini, Plato, non Shita at the local level, God, Ewe Kudo, Shabata Hodia. Article in the police department, Yale, judicial branch, judicial public safety. But a agency that has a district in Dalia. Large at the daily captain Dalia, Sergeant Dalia, Ashibanan, Sudayosunit at Twiko. Chabada Hodia, attack them guard, it Ashi the Nandi to Yat in Sakshi Tashiko. Baby, Yada, in the guard, the Kuto Shabada, Yano, Kudai Kudo, Nabana Inchka. It's a Hinani, Bastion, and Shit Arts, Kudo. It's adding that every single day what they do to protect and keeping the community safe with Urban and Shios in the guard, Arts, Kudo, Abana is just coming. But the Ego Kudo, Hashin Lago, Hashin Ned Lago, but so doesn't end. What aided art to a only not this art to in Johanna Slad on it. other con his citizen art a who be cap when needs in the store at the end of God. Now some kai can eat now some kai. Did a when he said ango it a could all citizen dingy. Be cap when needs in we shall need no I issue bend has the they getting clean or they dog out their street or this guy. I could eat egg with citizen being it if I see on this. Bless each and every one of my colleagues. Honorable Speaker, Judicial Branch. Shut the Strong Chief Justice. Arukodo, Chanel, President, Adosha Brother, Vice President Liza. Speaker Damon, Deed A. Coordinated, I did Kotabanan, Shitayosan. Arun Salat saw that A. Chabada Holia, my son Giche, Hachi, Sani Bada Hayan, Adaban, Dashin the House, I could eat A. Kodot Artsway. And then I'd not out of this God, out of home. Let's do put us the out of drop the Norda. Climate change is the Norda by a day, people who comes, I think it's just better with the end of the but arts on the night, Harlan, Sunday, in the Lachit, as you've been with the article, Cousin San has sweet at the Norda Bay. Benny, he can't hinge the kitchen at in it, arts what you could. It's the what's all Mr. Harbour sheets on that skate of Mr. Yard on it. In Unlean, if in Yako, in Unlean, I didn't only. Enough none it eight of the seat I could also do. He has seat on the stop at say kids on this alcohol. Eat a way could only get a halation people in the carbon at the ship and leave. The Hanna was can go deep a one night see kind of this God in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you for the invocation. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and do introductions. We'll go ahead and do introductions in the room first, and then we'll go ahead and proceed forward to those who are on the line. So we'll go ahead and start clockwise with Shajah.
Good for myself. I said in addition Eastern when they keep crazy shading obstacle to across the 191 Chinese chicken for the tree was a chain okay on it was a shade out what something additional I could this condition she could have the Navajo Nation Chambers or should ask me are a tsunami. Thank you.
Shitoy and
Key.
Ja, det är något dåligt. Det är so thank you. Good morning. So allow us to do a presentation. My chapter my chapter coordinator. Good morning.
Good morning, Shayla. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Darren Simeon. I'm the school investigator and supervisor here in Chile. My plan, Hawaiian, Japanese, and 35 Hawaiian along with Japanese. Morning. Not there for now. Chairman, members of the committee, everybody here. My name is Edward. Good morning, honorable delegates. Here. Now, Geneva should change, I am the professional standards division commander, which oversees advanced officer training, basic training, hiring, recruiting, background investigations. So those are all under my section. My office is at Indra, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is I currently oversee two districts. I'm the delegated captain at this time. So nice to meet all of you.
All of you from Walmart Community, from the South Office there, thank you for coming in. Honor to see you. My name is Carl. I am a police sergeant. Originally, I started out in lieutenant assistant and senior police. Good morning. My name is Lawrence O'Keefe. I'm as a administrative clerk, working on processing my transition to criminal investigation with Mr. Simeone over here in Cornelia area here. So, but my plans are 20-inch land, 22 brush team, touching the Dutch chain, and my education. But I've been looking at about 16 years, so I'm going with to what.
Good morning, I'm Cornelia Perry. Good morning, everyone. Today is Catherine Arthur. I can London and Shop President.
Thank you, Law and Order Committee, for responding to our request. You're here along with the police department. We ask you to be in attendance as well so you can hear us and help us. That's why we're here. Good morning.
Good morning, Yahtzee. I am Council Delegate Eugenia Fulton, and the Chairwoman for the Law and Order Committee. So that in 20 Athens, Chin, Ashtie, Shipche, Copan, Nala. Shijae, I is Duck, a Son, a Ada, Naganda, a John Charles Sr. Hoyanda, Shijae, and the Audible one, Thomas Charles. I come from the Charles family, from many farms. That's originally where my dad is from and where we continue to have our roots. So it feels good to kind of almost see home. Chinle is kind of almost home. It's what we say, because we also have family out here as well in the Del Muerto area. I have a sister who lives out here. So it's good to be out of that. Thank you for the invitation. We are here today, the Law and Order Committee. Honorable Eugene Otto So did text. We have so-and-so on Law and Order Committee, is what we always say. That's kind of the joke on Law and Order Committee, is so-and-so is on the committee. But we have Honorable Otto So, who did text, and he is about 15 minutes away, so he apologizes for being late. I guess he ran into a little bit of construction. We also ran into construction coming over too, but it's good that they're fixing the roads. So with that, just really quickly, we do have, I missed two people's names. I believe I missed the Vice President's name, and then I also missed your name as well, Officer Emmett Yazzie. Okay. Adam. So we do, so just for the record, Lorraine, we do have in the room here with us Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Kialan Begay, Vice President Al Tadan. We have my LDA Shirlene Jumbo, who's assisting us here in the room. We have Francis Harrison, the CSC for the Many Farms chapter. We have Dan Simeon, Theron Simeon, Simeona, sorry, who is with CI, Criminal Investigations. We have Roland So, grazing official for Many Farms chapter. We also have Officer Emmett Yazzie. We have Captain Kim Yazzie, Officer Carlton Jim. We have Alfonso Haven, Cornelia Perry, and I believe Catherine Arthur, who is with the Many Farms chapter. What is her title? Chapter President for the Many Farms chapter. So that's currently who we have on here in the conference room. Earlier, I did ask who we had on teleconference. I know that we have Nikita Kirk, who is a new staff with the, I believe, with the Speaker's Office. We have Leah Thomas, Tamara Johnson from the Office of the President and Vice President. We have yourself, Lorraine. I believe we have Sherelle. We have Joanne Dedman, who is the LDA for Honorable Eugene So. Is there anybody else who is currently on the line?
Yes, good morning. This is Jacqueline Begay. I'm the Many Farms Chapter Secretary Treasurer.
Good morning, Ms. Begay. So with that, I don't hear any other people who are announcing themselves. Do we have any other delegates on the line?
Good morning, Shanella. This is Delegate James on the line.
Hello?
This is Delegate James on the line.
Oh, we got you, Shanella. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Robert Willie from the Controller's Office.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Otto So.
Good morning, Vice Chair. Are you going to be joining us here in Chinle?
Yes, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm just pulling in right now, but just as an introduction, Otto So that you can now I told you training now I just got behind by Shane. Look at night that shade or Sena Junior Nal. I serve on the Law and Order Committee and serve as the current Vice Chairman of the committee. I don't the 20th is the day of business on the inch. That I didn't hit that to say though. I can't. I'll be in shortly.
Thank you for that introduction, Vice Chair Shanella. Honorable Vince James, can you go ahead and introduce yourself to the people here in the room?
Oh, yeah, Shanella. I don't know shit. Shide ya da 28 ni so china jeni pashin kia ani da shi chedo hanaga ni da shinale ado da an ke de ina shako do peshma sa an ban shini ki ken da chi da kan ke ikti ka hoye jadi to hot out ya shlau can't as nada ba peshma sa an ban shlau kun da shi hojish ya het la do ya no.
Thank you, Shanella. Are there any other delegates who are on the line? Not hearing anything. We're going to go ahead and proceed forward with the agenda. So we are now at item number 2, the purpose of the public forum. Just for clarification, the purpose of this public forum is to address the illegal activities within the community of many farms and the surrounding area. We are now at the presentation that will be provided to us by the Many Farm chapter officials. So the discussion at this time is going to begin. Again, we do have we have the council delegates who are present. We have the chapter officials who are present or on the line. We also have officers and criminal investigators who are currently here in the Chinle facility as well. So with that, we're going to go ahead and begin our discussion. So I don't remember how we're related. I'll just greet you that way. So we're going to go ahead and ask you to start so that we all can hear what the issues are happening there in the Many community.
Law and Order Committee, I don't the police department, the captain. Thank you, so for being here to hear what we have to say. We have a big area, and we have about 3,000 plus people. And they touch it, don't they? That's not very not eat out, so it's just man donut and they turns out that our city corn kilo need the neck hat. I don't became see Kagi became Naniki a tot at night say La should the natural Yego that's la. I don't any plants need get as they I don't not go tonight, what that a don't hit La I see it all you. A forward age today any benina a conny can't they be gay has me or stada in the Hawano, Aden Dani or con hit in there. Upon that go added Daisy and a Shata Hakodan City need the Chinle Police Department. Upon add a stake out at Asado, eventually rate at Asado, never had the house needle. Washington Eagle upon and hit an end that's Han that it needs that eat that a totally size me 8 a I don't stand now hold this not so quick not and he I don't have a outside share yes easy Nikki Highway 191 a conflict the naked that in it for than Diego is it a nice say in the honey door, Benina do Yahot, they okay, we had out and house that then he don't need he can't have the way clean. Now that we actually 2 weeks patrol it as year. Now stop now the year, they share. Especially during the shutdown, during the pandemic. A lot of my people were just shut in, so of course, those people that are looking for items to sell and then to either drink on or to purchase drugs on, I don't even wood, without the tools, anything they can get their hands on livestock. Once they do that, they go home to a lot of us elders. We lost a lot of people in many farms, so I quite age lot and the Of course, this has a whole lot. They get home and they start saying things to their parents, their grandparents, their siblings. That not only that, but the Tony started the Hatnia. Of course, any report and our coordinator, Labas Bestelhausen, our vice president, Labas Bestelhausen, our chapter secretary, Labas Bestelhausen, our grading official, State. We see them exchange at 7-Eleven or Conoco. Oh, yes, when you hear that our chapter house parking lot. Then that is what I was on Shea. Put ego for evening na nasto. Hale egon hikato jala. To law add on the ship basement on the law, but that's which when is not nearly. Need only, Yahoo only. Need the net of ego which in the now that on him, my son and another at our son that does media. Han hitten kaya nidia in Ariana, there's not peso. I didn't know busy being in hotel on better of the yosa. When let the whole done need the chicken and she also could say the shashin than in la. And I thought that was the dash could the sunda. She bells lace could the so get a hat, I don't think it is for that. Then on the but it's that air compressors and big items. To me, they're big items. Yeah, what that. Of course, the effect on my children. Cornish the net, Nania, over that job by it. Hale ego, Yihadoka. It's our main aim, and that's what we're asking for. Is there? What can be done? What can we do as a community, as a nation, as an agency in Chinle District? It will help not only them, but ourselves to live in peace and live with them harmony. Things that and that. Shisha has ado, Shachine, that has jet, but that London, the Netherlands, that's not. Upon they call ya Tinguya. Upon that Nando Anza Shavanya, Adio. Upon a shot at Binogo, le Dag Lunges, a shade or shade of Nasha. I open it, Sadi Carter, Tino. Nana Saeya, they cast it that net eho. I don't know how to lie in Leho what. I don't understand in nature, in the sort of house, then in that case, that's me up with the shit. Of course, I was in a web, when it denied now in hand, a condition in Sinadish. They should now order with none that they still could all eat lost. Although the bar, shot so that Janina had been, yeah. But these are humans, these are my people. They're my children, they're my nephews, they're my nieces. Sani Danle, by the Tumli, that's Nish, the husband. Ashin out the Istra. So all don't that Miss Lana. That's where we're at with them, yeah. I don't cut a Nahanta Haki, and then has odd. I said, had now, yeah, when he can lay out and Hashing Nahas town, odd as feel on each year. I didn't say you know. No, that's not as me. Does it all you eat out like he had us? Let chat out a corner, couch than us, and chair than us, and bed than us, maybe. I put egg on his apple, Halek egg on the card of Jala. I need so neat and a chin need on a certain clean, so. But tea hot edo, okay, who yet sata. Agent Banan, cabbage now that had Siliana, that I keep here. But all get at 8 years, Hashins have the whole Tonanda. One so she has the relation and us. Yeah.
Hagushi Shema Ado Ushahat, thank you for sharing all of that information. I'll see if I'm trying to write it down here. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the Vice President at this time who may want to provide some information. After the Vice President, we'll go ahead and turn it over to the grazing official.
Hagoshila, I'm gonna take my mask off. I'm fully vaccinated. Say good morning again to everyone, all of you who are in the room. Although certainly she didn't answer. But she's seen the need now. So although Jeda Sandel who was on Jeda Lenny Doka. We better idea. Although ego she is careful. Idiot illa. I don't honorable delegate T. Thank you so much for organizing and inviting your colleagues to have a session with us, along with the police department, criminal investigation. Of course, you have. I used to have a sister-in-law that used to be a criminal investigator here with Chinle District, Esther Charlie. So, every day is what kid on that bag is in national. Oh, that's Chinle on them. So it is that, but they shut it. So I'm not shut it today. I don't know. Sorry, that the whole she didn't. So it is that. I needed it. Suya had nagi. Suit and then chapter president. I would say estimate is about 3,300 plus actually holds our population. I don't know say as though any nada is chinning all you know and they that's what is a home that jigo. I don't know Naliaba one a ba honey to know it not we have a marathon, no ye the kasa. Then we have speedway. A cool Naliaba one in the local. I don't we do have a K to 8. We have 2 schools, Many Farms Public School, which is under Chinle Unified School District. Other we have a formerly Chinle Boarding School, which is Many Farms Community School today. Other we have a high school called Ta. I don't so there's the Nya Handa Jahagi is other Quishi. I don't know it has Ta to Shadaba. I don't know what they are. I don't know the youth center. Don't know we have a boys and girls club here at Many Farms Community. Is it aiding boys and girls club on Navajo Nations under Office of the Youth, Dodi. So area hotel. Ako already Suya had nagi link lako ko. Ado couple years ago in Chagon Hika Jet so it is even as in case. I don't actually suddenly get bad dentist case also. Was the stay to the Yogi Havana, Shane, Salada, the last for yeah, that's the weekend warriors that know that we can Nashi, the conscious Nashi, even national. It would hate just, on such case, Eagle, Lido, or Lido, because it asked Honja. Do yedo do what the quarter fashi in the since to was 1,000 I don't Natahani go the asked for the Tadi asked for 1,000 Pata Hillenigi does 1,000 quite unhalenko. I don't Dodge habitation Niligi Liban Hanigi Besha Dodge Ligido either 1,000 yet Halenko. I don't lady Ajon Nigi Pan Illiego yo and Nagila asked husband Ninigido either 1,000 so I don't the Atlantic churches Yego or Liban not kit or Nesigido Abit Hadi Benaka has Senigido either Tahigi the best yet hit on Linigico. I don't the Koja shot Linigita so that so that it's not a laco. Even as a could ask to send them or me each other con the Hibet of his care me a hot and alone his now hold Michico. What on his uncle that's we're right in the midst of that. And for me I can feel that. About yet on his Janet that is need to go to either by Wednesday out. And I didn't pass it now. 또 한진 빠실 호즈시고 아콘데 콘자가 호즈시 온다 나반 사하치 아도도 나바도 아시게 아도온다 아 콘디야 아 하데 예야 다 스토 코스피스 즈니게 예야 바간 콘들차 아니 야슨도 코스 아도 코스 나도 도즈스 بالنالكتا هاللوسا بتوكتا هنبقى شنو أسو الخاتجي فشي سبب ما عندي داتزيكو بجي أدا عندي داتزيكو هاد هجوية يتحسنتو كوسو كي يسنتو كوسي بنيايت كوشيها نانا لانستروغو بين خاشه سنيا أكو بيت يتلانجي تقدش كشتدي لانجي بجي هاللونو أدون دا كوجي whiskey that هجيدو إيه غنا هالوني تخانسني there's a lot of hard liquor drinkers today so إيه كتأكو أكو باخون السنة many farms so that the thing هون has anige they're major distributors أدون دا سبيهني تي سأيات أخاجشي يالدا تباهنا شو بيسو بإليا كو يالدا تبصا يالدا تنج كون تايي. Some of them are in business for about a weekend or 2 weekends or a month. I don't know not them. Ashin za nan za shari nan so what en halong ho zishiko. But I believe we might have 4 to 5 major ones. So I don't not ohido adole ta page no da pa ta hanne ko e da ta hegi na hanne hegi no tu za sto ta ting ni trake ko methamphetamine the dealers gi ya za ko ni he halong gi da sto ni trake ko le che ben na sa shin do ta awsta a it's a days eat na halong ni kha na hal selni tu za the team later had long a team by I live right off Highway 191 on Chinley side, County Road 463. So I imagine that me still and not it's about the another as it is eating along. I have an older truck that I have. Flashing holders are BG Yali they even took my light bulb. I was inside. See light bulbs, thanks for this porch light. I'm sure you shouldn't ask. Okay, even from that day on, I started to kind of like being awake most of the night just to see who's around. When I hear noise or when my puppies start to bark, I get up and look around. Not up and some of kids be dash and the hunch that ben not some not or was that and that long so yeah. So what about this case a quarter hold on the a in yard had been to this. But the husband because I let you off the Trayata hot air. So what a bunch for me so even in a the sun the ligi be had a seat. Then he got this Kadebi got Nika dish was Salan they go who did not at the Niban and they taught me that one hatisha is what I said. You have a so even as it's okay as a so it is I don't late Suya the sellers are beginning to change their ways of distribution. We all know that. Which is bad the husband and I witnessed several of them. I mean, well, less than 5 seconds, they hand off. I don't know that you here. So such a natural job, baby, I need now, valid and the other in Sunday is here. Other in Sunday, you see anything, no? Yeah, I may have not saw nothing, but hey, I know what happened. So, I know our grazing. And he had several retaliation. So, so I'm not so on the chapter because your parking lot is on that low crack naban and our grazing official lives right across our chapter, Yohot, and we see it too. I work with the youth center, so but other than that, you know, on the stores or the so I kind of know, like I was saying, who sells, and I kind of know their vehicles. So it on show a crowd a tahmani clean la of tesa. All about children that and the aqua tal is I don't know what they'll probably already be on the road again to the next destination, next delivery. And I don't yeah. Oban to the case that over done. So it is I call DG the whole show. As Chinia's written dash and showed cutting over on Shanase. No, set it on, then you just get okay. So even as in such case, okay, I was looking at the youth risk behavior survey. In there, I wish we had an updated one, so that maybe because of the pandemic, it wasn't produced last year. So this year, that's a data on this section. On the basing off of 2011, yeah, we have about 30% youth that are healthy, that has not taken any sort of healthy meaning substance abuse. Yeah, but 30% that it's on the United States, we get about 29%. On the American Indian Native, Alaskan Natives, it's a little over 20%. On the drug it's increasing every 10 years. It's increasing there. Back on 1991 to 99, it increased from 31% to 47%. The decrease is 99 to 2009, 47 back to 37%. Today, Oban said the case. I'm just guesstimating. It probably increased because of the pandemic, I think. So I would say about 50% that, or maybe even over 50% that they experienced it. So it starts off with like recreational or just to kind of like test it out, experience it, and then it goes to recreational use. Pretty soon it reaches euphoria or excitement just to do it, just to. I always say that my target is the youth. We need to prevent them from choosing these bad habits. 15 years later, the kids that tried drugs before 12 years old, yeah, and they and then it's about 23%. No, that survey. After 13-year-olds, they get 54%. So it's high. It's very high.
Different case.
I try to look for current data. That produces domestic violence.
Lorraine, can you please mute everybody on the line? People who are calling in, can you please mute your phone? You just need to look at your phone. Thank you, Lorraine. Sorry about that.
So it is so even in now go TT cut on the oh I use it نهار ده نيهانتا نهكو هذا أني تهش نأجيتا هذا الأشياء يجيدو خلو هذا شيء ده يبدأ ميلجيكو بيتهش نأجيتا يا هو ما شاء الله أكيد أول نشيء بس ناس كناني في شيء أكيد أول شيء إيه ده شيء بستيت إيه سليكو قد بان ساس كيس عند إيه شو إلا دون خيس كده دي تلاني بانا هني دي نت أبانا هني دون خيس كده ده بكير وات أنا هلون شيء ليه ده بانا هذا ده قدوة هات إيه ده ليه ده خاطب كأنه جسنا يطلع خاطر يتزاوجنا ما نسأل هذا يلاشنا أكون زاد بان ساس كيسني تو بيتان ساس كيسن ليه هو جشوكو and I always say that the other thing is chwa basta il khasa so sometimes I ladies na do sa lo ma ande ko arish so lo sa ka yo yo has twist ke so di ka dia she 55 56 ba shi lo so boom no na chwa na sa il khasa I always think back when Sergeant Jim was one of the 90 units. I remember what in there chwa monitor this in there. I always say that we missed that. We missed that. Constantly they were on the ropes, controlling the traffic. I don't let the whole one order. I don't round up that. I can specifically say that. Mr. Harvey, Mr. Jim, I was arrested from work because of an outstanding warrant. So what that in there? What that? On that jail there. So I'm sorry it took a while, but I really have that feeling for my community folks. The other thing, I think this is something I always say too. I always voice we should build more and more youth centers and detention centers. That's what I always say too, because that's where the prevention education is. It can happen.
Hannah, if that's an honorable so, then that's it too. Charles is a die that, it's a die. I don't see Nalida. Nalida, yeah, it's the dance girls is the Bible things what does it done? She the is yaga because of that he la ye. Even that it. Well, either Lenny, I don't take a day other businesses. The so and so been his name is don't you? As grazing officials, Department of Ag, when we come into a meeting, they always say, the so and so's are here. Because all businesses is Sonale or grazing official need long. I don't really think it's what Casey that out all either Sadine, don't kill. And it's Sunday, the way public household, I do not Sunday. Nature just kill. Next at the issue, but now it's a thing. Here you next at the is to aid that anybody who's up with all, it's a yada kid, nest that had I density, the kid who us not the non-assist on us, for other non-assistance. I also say, honorable brigade. Kagi something Lagi the na you need up on simply na ya have considered need of thinking is a crow out of and some national. Say ya grazing officials song at 25 years of slack for the community of many farms. Although many farms they bought Hasian Dande round rock to the grazing officials long 6.5 years of slack. Many farms all around the Tasana style. I don't to be told it all. I did up down on slow 2.5 years each last between many farms and Chichibito. So I worked in 3 communities. Sinas Nashigi as a grazing official laid every day I'm out on the back roads out of Tata South and Nebatata. I go home to home working on home site leases and water line extension, power line extension, facing dispute that Anita a home out of the Trashaho, which I call Aden Chicago, Abat Adit, Kodo El, Vice President, Yafti, Donagay, Chapter President, Yafti, Iki, John Insa, Hotel. Ladies, never shati, Rahosa, oh, Sassin up there. Not a Jato, the way branding the Yapat of Raho, sat on the way to Hot Issue. Up there, hot. Nay Jato to yours, either a be it on a top, Opa, or he named it, as it has it, I had a gas and those things. Nishit is Ahagi, Lari, Laya, Yeho. But the net is energy. Toyat I see Toyat is the about 3 years. Sit out with this chapter officials the north. Our sister guns, I don't know, shadows of family members out of Bahon. Of course, oh, you this not either up and low. We take the clear on a down within in his trade. This is trade the word. I thought. Quite that should have started that started the war. Oh, now this just not that, now this just some hashing. The trunk of the face club could I lead that cat in Leah national. What are a banal day? Though I could equate that in a corner, it's young and lead a child or the dust in my button house. Had I jail. Along it is Vedo. Other walk up bottle, a un lego, or out of the cut of saddle. Need our sonny, those 2 are found the house 20 behind in there, or Yego behind in there. Hard seen that day that miss in the dark chin of Sahok at the dot cut the lay. I want in the house comes on to hit other 2 days ago. So, Toyat Ehobad Hanne. Upon Mexico, Johnson the Fairhope, but trusted eel. A hot and later the card off. Arun and the great El Nanita, I bet the husband, yeah. There's a wife, this is actually everywhere I go, Lucius all over. On a honey heat all over. Kona not kiss, that's usually that's what you say. Kona or kiss. I bet the husband had them. Of course, your past 3 years, that he's so. What do you know? I think so. The king go, they go, they not go, oh, you see the neighbor city, so. Oh, I was in here. I didn't live windmills, oh, your trash at us. I didn't have Sasha, they, I thought, dumpster be the trash man. I don't laugh at Connie, Clan, I thought, oh, nonsense is a trash man. I didn't trash my windmills there. I don't know, let's chapter dumpster the other. Because told the house after windmill, they say the state husband or others she kept shot out plus her chapter house. So, what been hot later, you're going to see the net teach in. Such a thing of been on the city, they plan a iron hot zone. They are need because you got to the sky, totally article a year with the hand next again later. Now, I don't need a con speedway, but that time she got see. So, nothing to see it. I had not said that our question by evening. Arunda did the scanners basically methamphetamine. I see. It didn't deep no. Yego. I got I see about it. Later, we cut the shower, but that's a buyer. The hard time. Sahobo must son of a mobile you got the host on in the house. Then, though it's a long hand to that case, my son don't say, do that theatre, the value do that theatre. But I know the Nenedo, Saho that, Sabista is cow, but that's a buyer, don't look at the zones in the same for other the house. Nasty, Michel Lange that cried out at him, Edo Yana Chris. Les la tingo te go beda rien et yana cre. A court actions the instant leader the catala di cow, but that's a buyer. Arun the not often tonight side of the Edo at con him now, but Landa as Linley are that they
Yana Chris. Oh, Albana, they hold and lady. D. I was a bit better to do the Joe Craggy. He caught are they the Shinto don't hinder the other after the side that it end was just the honest. Oh, even yeah, Kodo, Nisita, Nitra, Nito, Nisito, Kojabaka, jail, deep zero or shag, Goko, in the Handal, the son has Tani, Nishido, Jita, Jidal, Nishido, Jidana, Jidal. Oh, on 6 years ago. Khalid asked Adon Nisladon. The 3 communities, the Kaddishness, way round Roger, it is the same. Chapter though, the strand that is either the Sinando, the Sahari. Could the many farms, also business. There's a reason why I do that. I take my kids' car as a family. We go ranch to ranch and brand. Round Roger, workers, Lando, necessity. I also case that it's the first branding. Between the first branding and the second ranch, they stop by at the bootlegging joint. The second ranch, we show up. I thought the nuts, not the casa are there. So yeah, show that. Of course, along the way, the long live Tata's car, the Honda is. The third ranch is the car. I thought that Yadsin had a kid dog. So yeah, show that. Even not in this case, it's not just many farms for it. Need but we see it as Yegobe Nahoti. The very North Valley, we are Nin, but never not such a that other source. Niki are they then Bodas kit at the Senate, this authority, this changes. I am not clear. But this kid, I'm not ready. Sunny Twilly, not Yaki, not that, than in Hiki who don't so. Or you understand me. He who does jewelry, that it should. Of course, jewelry case up this. It's on, or you like, Dana Kilometer big or jewelry big 2 weeks ago. Nissenesti. Hut in his husband and that inky, that the uneating his husband. At Lanning now, the other canal to the only Nancy now. Arun and the great Navajo added had a south. Cosicilia, hotel, city. Now, found out clear, I did not glossy Ebenos nation. I had to listen to people's issues. Arun the chapter meeting, planning meeting, the had the planning zoning commissioners meetings, and on top of that, they could call Taylor Bounty. The Smithy of a call, Asian Sabah, no symbol, Bahon, Senate on later to the shop. Additionally, us to seek a hot Oyana. Aquabanza, Aquabit, the Banza, Hundi Banza. Lao Sahab okay that any Kodobit, Hongi, Adabit, now, Edos is yet ate by Yanson, Salapsavado, she caged along at Albanza Vasto. I don't know what I saw. So that's the testament that is done without Bahos now. But you turn like this, he just says, yes, as the windows that is done, kitchen they dish, just what they dish. What's that? Hot end. Banada with me. Hot in. Of course, every year as he as shown that he called us. Conan Honda, Missiki, the Bocado. The senior don't need to see about the whole. Those other queer don't see the other. What the Honiliani only you, the Lahni Glan, Khaled are in Sinet, and all this still quite on Kasico. Other share statement of Quaggy, could order to have the those of the base at then. Nicodo surveillance fund now the fund now the the whole just be your car, nothing has other now. I was not in top. Some of them door. We're watching you. We know what you're up to. At least it probably might slow down because those sort of days of funny those tweeted on later. that is a better solution. This you see the state housing where the criminal investigators done they know how to approach it. Or on the case. Other the late chapter the house the coordinators call again they office. Bahalit Abba Banahuidoti. Upon the Shino shit like this hard to test something fine out this ascended adult. Kaila Sada Hot, Isago could have a snaggy, no funny dog, we have a cargo. Because I be taken I don't about taking the head order of these niche to Winton. She no don't listen. Oh, no, hot zone, the shit nezo, and not against the store, Kodoba Yana, tit up now on the store. Because that any Yakodo, is asking some shit, so Arun, the Jihiki, coordinator, called Jenny, Yana, as she listened to the hotel niche, go Koja store. Because Edo, Hotel, we know who's doing it. Sacedo is 1,000. Sace hit Ayana. The procession is to the Senegi Hotel. Really, and the speedway. 10 years later, it does talk. It does Niala. About Arden, this is many farms high school, the student not so. Is she but not us, and then loan about honey has speedway at Hadava. The spells and Kodos has Sediki. Kodot Elwados, clear never create that in town is what could out stay the irrigation department. You got the lead on this to Mazan are the big association. I don't advance that irrigation does senior senator town, Methban Honey. 10 years each and Yana watching. I cover for my son because could have 10 years of doing. Now, the talk check could have Yana Vala. All the any bit of my snilla, but the snow upon her snare. Is she but a hot reason what not other? Because Arconia Yana Kaya by the 1,000 year. Because Edeya, Banani Khan, we do have names. I'm sure there's more. What to say on it? Because to the night you need anybody not eat now. And the night is any. It's becoming an epidemic too, only among the communities. Up to the age of the up beyond they're probably hard to catch, but these people that are bringing in drugs in large amounts, about him. It's a hell.
Hello, monitor. Hello.
Good morning.
I'd like to put in my name. How long of a list do you have?
She wants to be on the count. Could I have your name, ma'am?
Bessie Allen, Pinion Chapter.
Bessie Allen,
Officer.
Pinion Chapter.
From the president. Do you have a long list that are waiting to speak?
He wants to speak.
Okay. Well, go ahead and go to human service coordinator.
Just hold on, Bessie.
And then let her know that after that we're going to go to PD, and then we'll come back to her.
Okay, Bessie. We have two folks ahead of you. Then we'll come back to you. So hang on.
Hello, this is Jocelyn. About how many? Are you ending at 12 noon? When is the program over? I just got online. I mean, I've been listening for about 20 minutes.
Oh, this is Delegate Charles Newton. We are here in Chin Lee for those who just joined the call. We have Honorable Otto So, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Kialan Bigay, and also myself, who are in the room here in Chinle with the Many Farms chapter officials. So right now, we got finished listening to the chapter president, Ms. Arthur. We also had the vice president and the grazing official also present their information about concerns that they have. We are going to go to the community service coordinator. If you could please, Lorraine, is there a way that you could text these people who are on the line? I think you can see their phone numbers, and let us know what the lineup is on that side, and then that way we can call upon them. Actually, if you text this number 505-870-9527, and then we'll go ahead and add you to the queue so that you can ask questions or share your concerns. Again, the number is 505-870-9527. If you just text that number and let them know your name and that you want to speak, we'll go ahead and get the lineup going. So with that, we're going to go ahead and recognize the community service coordinator who is here in the room with us, Ms. Harrison. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shadeja, honorable members of the council, because Mr. Simeona and Mr. Jim and Ms. Yazzie and Ms. Perry, Mr. Haven, thank you so very much for allowing us to come into your facility on behalf of our chapter and our community, our officials. Thank you for listening to us and taking the time to give us this opportunity to sit before you and express our concerns on behalf of Many Farms chapter. What our chapter officials and our grazing rep, what they have expressed this morning to you is so very true. I see it every day, just activities within the premises of the chapter, within the community. You drive to the store and there's activities just right there. I have for you a list of names, and those names, there is a number to one that delivers. And then I have submitted to you a concern regarding one of the community members. I've asked other community members who've expressed their concerns to me to put it in writing, but they would like to refrain. And there is just so many. And previously, I worked for the Senior Center program, and I've been working with the Navajo Nation for a total of 27 years. Out of those 27 years, I've begun working with the community as a community service coordinator for 2 years now. And during my work with the Senior Center program, the elderly, every day there would be like maybe 3, 4 that would come in and say, "Ado ikhajda, leda, shito kesha action, but asa shide aha that means any other in the shikilo would nothing and fishing khan, oh shis khan, nas yet go benina, leda hohot every day it seems like I would get that complaint and concern from the elderly. And they're the ones that basically encourage me to go to the chapter. I came into the chapter operations, the government. I'm very thankful because I've learned much more within these 2 years. But I do support all of these concerns, and I do feel like this issue seriously needs to be addressed by our government. And I ask you as a committee, please find a way to support the police department. They need the service, they need the funding to get more officers. They need the funding for everything that they need just to enforce these laws. This bootlegging, the bootlegging of methamphetamine. Right now, it's fentanyl and pain meds. That's what they're dealing out there. I know this. That letter that I have on the first page is from me. That's my concern. That's my personal experience. I have been married into this family for over 32 years. And being married into this family, I know how this operation works. This particular family, they go down to Phoenix, they make their runs. They bring it back home. Within one night, they go from here, Pinyon, Rocky Ridge. It's just not here in Chinle Mini Farm. There's a lot of concerns, there's a lot of issues relating to bootlegging. It's just not alcohol, it's just not substance, it's just not. It is so scary just to approach these people. The families, they refrain from coming in and calling in. I heard one of them on the phone as we had started this meeting. So I know there will be some retaliation. And I just implore with you the importance of this issue. And I would like to say thank you, each and every one of you, for listening to us and myself this morning. Thank you.
I think it's probably going to be both of us, but I'd like to go first. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. Day and night, for the benefit of my brother over here, we have a lot of issues and problems. That is true. Even in law enforcement, we see it. So when we have applicants for class 56, we had over 300 applicants that were testing out to be in law enforcement. We narrowed that list down to 200 who had actually applied, and then we started a background process on it. So we narrowed that list down. So we're seeing outrageous numbers, even amongst our police applicants. Some are saying that they use drugs over 5,000 times. Some are as big as 2,000 times. And so how do you have time to do this? And you're expecting to try to get into law enforcement. And so even in our profession, we are seeing those type of numbers. And so with Class 56, we narrowed that entire application process of 200 people down to 24. And so we started with 24 police recruits. And now, as of this morning, we are down to 15. So we are trying our darndest to think that we need to have more officers on the street. So I'm sure all of you guys are aware of the honest but true paper that was done by Strategy Matters. So Strategy Matters says that for the Navajo Police Department to run efficiently, effectively, to address community concerns, social issues, we need to have a department that is 700 strong, 700 police officers to address the Navajo Nation properly and efficiently. So right now, only on the patrol side, we are uniform patrol side, we are about 120. And that's representing 7 districts. So that's Delcon, Chinle, Kayenta, Tuba City, Crown Point, Shiprock. And so we're spread thin. So you take those 120 and then you divide that up into 4 shifts from those representing those districts. So yes, we are understaffed and undermanned, but I think we have done our portion as far as trying to address some of these bootlegging concerns. So we had a rash of homicides that happened. Wheatfield, Lukajike, home invasions that were happening, and we did a search warrant. One arrest, how many did we arrest, Carlton? 52? 54 from one house. We arrested that many people. So we bring all these people into the jail and we tell the prosecutor, these are the main ones. Please put a hold on these individuals because they're the same ones that are stealing vehicles, causing all havoc in these communities. But guess what happens? They are out the next day. So I think on the law enforcement side, we are doing our best to make these arrests. But when they get into the judicial side of the process, it's just a slap on the hand for them. And even some of the bigger suspects, suspected homicide suspects, these child molesters that are suspected child molesters, they fall under the same judicial process that the regular PIs do. It's just, don't do it again. Okay, there you go. It's a revolving door, unfortunately. So I think we are doing our side to make these arrests. We are doing search warrants. My brother, Darren Simeona, is working with federal authorities. He's working with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI agents to try and address some of these things. But I think the problem is bigger than law enforcement, unfortunately. Social service needs to get involved. And the biggest one, of course, is our judicial system. The penalties are too minor. Me, personally, I've arrested one individual 3 times in one day. In a 24-hour period, I've arrested the same individual 3 times. What does that say about our judicial system? It's minimal as far as what we are penalizing our people with. And the jail, Mr. Tsedat said it, our jail is not the problem-solving mechanism. We need rehab centers, youth detention. If you look at the Navajo Nation, how many playgrounds do we have? How many softball fields, baseball fields do we have? A recreation center for our child to play at. There is no youth activities that is really going on for our communities, and it's very unfortunate. And even for us to go out on a walk, to take my daughter for a walk, it's scary. I have to carry my gun off duty. So, well, we're going to go a walk over here in this mesa because I even don't know what I'm going to come across. It's the society that we are living in, unfortunately. We had a couple of good judges way back in the day, Leroy Bedoni, and I don't remember the other ones. So when we did a bootlegging bus, he told these bootleggers, you're going to put a big old giant 8 feet by 4 feet sign saying that this residence no longer sells alcohol. He made them put up a sign there in front of their house. So which discouraged these people to buy from that residence. We all know who the bootleggers are. We all do. But they also have what they call due process. They have rights. Unfortunately, yes, they have rights. So when we say, hey, Roland, can you be a witness for us? We're going to put you on this affidavit. We're going to put your name down that you'll be able to testify in court. Guess what happens? Our witness list goes to zero because of that fear of retaliation. Yes, it's true, but it's happening because it's our own relatives that are doing it. So it's not just a law enforcement problem. I think it's a community effort that can change what we are trying to do. Everybody needs to get involved, not just throwing the problem of throwing these people in jail. And it's bigger than just the jail. I mean, look at what happened in Sawmill. This guy just got out of prison, takes his daughter, and now we're looking for both of them. And so even though this person served time in the big prison, they're still coming back up. It did them no justice. They're still committing crimes, even though they did years of prison time. They're coming back out here and still committing crimes. So we know jail is not the answer. So I think some of you guys said it right. Rehab here on Navajo needs to happen. Some other programs, Alcoholics Anonymous, I know the Catholic Church had the AA program, but unfortunately that building burned down. And then maybe even some of the youth groups through the local churches, the local pastors, maybe they can get involved. We used to have a youth police camp. We used to do when we were still at Toye. But since we're so short-staffed, we're even missing out on programs like that. So the chief has started I'm sure you guys all know about the traffic unit. There's a traffic unit that is in place now. We have canine officers that are actually in school now down south in California. So now they're bringing a canine program back. And then they're bringing, I don't remember the acronym, but they're calling it something different than drug and gang. What's the new acronym? They're calling it a PACE program. So they're bringing that program back to try to address what you guys are concerned about. I agree with you 100% that it is here amongst us. The social ills of alcoholism is here. The social ills of bootlegging, meth use, drug use. I mean, it is here. Just a quick war story that I had a guy resist on me right here on Malvern Bridge. And it took 3 of us to finally put him in custody. The guy did a push-up on us, 3 of us laying on him, and he did a push-up. And we got him over here in the jail, and then he says, my back is hurting, my back is hurting. And we lifted up his back. And his whole back, he tore his back muscles. And he was under PCP. And he didn't realize his strength, but he was so strong that he winded up tearing his back muscles. So that is what we are seeing here on Navajo. And unfortunately, I think a lot of kids are influenced by what they see on television. We know bootlegging is going on. These kids are smart. They're selling out of gasoline canisters now. So they fill it up with vodka, and they come over, and then the kids will say, hey, can I get a shot? And it's $5 a shot. So they poured a gasoline canister and then they hand it out, and these guys are peeing right there in the parking lot, and they're taking their shots right there in the parking lot. And so they're also carrying around backpacks. So when we start tracking, I think that guy is selling, they're smart. As soon as they see us, hey, go here, hand it off. And somebody else runs off with the liquor or the goods. And a lot of that you're seeing in the movies. And so they are influenced by it. So I think we are trying, honestly, I think we are trying. I know Darren is trying. Homicide, I think, has picked up here on Navajo, especially with the slow lifting of the pandemic. More and more people are out. After Captain Yazzie here speaks, and I'd like to give some time to Captain Simeona. So Captain Kim Yazzie here, she is the district commander for Chinle District. She's overseeing all of Chinle District, all the way out to the Navajo, all the way out to Whiskey Creek, and all the way to the edge of Sweetwater, and then Noslini. That's how big her community is for taking traffic. And it's the same community that Darren serves. And so I appreciate your time, and I just wanted to give a little bit of insight as far as what we are doing to try to address some of your concerns. But I think that again, the problem is bigger than just law enforcement. Everybody needs to get involved, especially the court system. The court system right now, the criminals, it's a joke to them. It's really just a big joke. And so even the PIs, when they get lonesome or, well, it's kind of, I don't have a place to sleep tonight, they'll come over to us and say, hey, can you arrest me for PI? I'll go over there, I'll get a fresh night's sleep, I'll get a fresh hot meal in the morning, and if they release me at noon, then I'll have a fresh meal before I actually start going back out to batches. They know the system, and they're abusing the system. So thank you for your time.
So good afternoon. My name is Kim Yazzie again. I'm the delegated captain here in Chinle. So I know I've heard these past few weeks of some concerns of other communities. There's been other forums conducted involving Navajo Police Department. But I want to thank all of you for being here and sharing all your issues with Many Farms area. And since I've been here, I've been assigned to Chinle since April. But prior to my position here, I have overseen 3 other districts. I have overseen Tuba City Police District, Kayenta, where I started, and Shiprock Police District during the hemp operations. And now I'm currently in Chinle. So in saying that, just researching some of the issues that are being talked about, we always go back to the past problems of bootlegging, alcoholism, drugs. But now the understanding is even more. As far as drugs, it's not just marijuana anymore. There's fentanyl, there's methamphetamine, there's even, production of these drugs here on the reservation. Now we even have prescription drugs in our own home that our own elders are getting that are being abused within the homes. So you factor that into what MPD, Navajo Police Department, has to deal with. And, we're in the generations of methamphetamine abuse. Now we have meth kids. Now we have mental health issues that we're dealing with the adults to their children now. And as far as alcoholism, there's more out there, and COVID made it even worse. There's mobile bootlegging now. We're not immune to anything that's going on with MPD. We have to learn quick what's out there, what's being brought into the nation, and we're responding. But in saying that, we're responding 24/7. We're driving our vehicles 24/7. We're burning out our officers. We need the manpower. And in saying that, you know, we have officers responding to more violent situations because of the drug use, because of, you know, things happening. And now, you know, what we're seeing on TV, you know, we're responding to those issues as well. They're hating us. They're hating us out there. And, you know, we can't be naive to any of this, but there needs, you know, there has to be more education on, it's just not the old bootleggers. It's all the bootleggers now. And like I said, COVID heightened it, you know, and that's kind of just a idea of what we're dealing with out there. And, you know, we're training the officers as much as we can. Because of COVID, we didn't get the training this past year as well. So we're dealing with internal issues within MPD to try to get these guys fitted for all this. But all in all, I think all these communities that have concerns like this, you know, we're taking it one by one, and we're understanding everyone's, you know, concerns with their communities. And like Captain Yazzie said, Emmett Yazzie, we do have these specialty units, and they are around in the communities. But just understand, for all the communities in Navajo Nation, there's only like 5 in one of these specialty teams that is covering that area. You know, we do have some stats with them. They do traffic citations. They do DUI. You know, they're there on the highways. And on top of that, you know, we're still getting calls from, I'm just going to use many farms as an example. Within January to June, we got 28 calls for controlled substance. And that can be anything, with methamphetamines, with cocaine, you know, whatever drug is there in the community. 28 calls, that means we probably, you know, arrested, got some arrests out of there. Maybe I would say just a number, you know, maybe 5 within those calls. And people are calling, we are responding. You know, selling of marijuana, we had 2 arrests. Possession of marijuana was reported 20 times. And all these guys are going out there, responding, doing their investigations. You know, it's repetitive every day. And, you know, we have our specialty canine unit out there. They have a couple of calls they went to. They investigated. Maybe arrest came out of it. I'm not sure. And for the traffic enforcement unit, they've patrolled out there. They have DUIs. They have arrests. They have citations turned in. You know, and for us, we're constant. These are just little numbers compared to the whole district of Chinle. So there is activity in every district, and it is getting more violent for these guys. You know, the current officers' response times, you know, yes, they're delayed because there's only tops 3 running around between Chinle, Pinion, Ligabigay, Saline. You know, we're out there. And, you know, in saying all this about, you know, what we see on the streets, now we're dealing with health issues, health commitment issues, where individuals are being nuisanced at home because they are long-term meth users, and now they have those mental health issues. That becomes our problem, as well as dealing with them. How are we going to get help for this individual? So it's just not the police department that needs to be involved. All these other entities need to be involved. Behavioral health, the workforce, Department of Corrections. You know, there's separate entities to the police department. We're the response, we're the initial investigators. We have criminal investigations, we have the judicial system, and we have Department of Corrections. You know, we're fighting these problems on the street, like Captain Emmett Yazzie said. There's things that we go so far, we do our portion, but somewhere the ball drops. You know, that's not just with the police department or the judicial system. That's with the other resources. We end up becoming social workers. We end up doing health commitments on individuals that have health problems, that haven't been on their medication. We end up dealing with issues like that as well. You know, so that's just a background. And during pandemic, there's a lot of I'm going to say there's a lot of criminal activity that happened in the homes these people were in. So I wouldn't even doubt if there's going to be a spike in sexual assault by the end of this year. You know, that's just the pandemic. You know, we're catching up from that time. And then drugs, like I mentioned, there's many different kind of drugs and in the household. And as far as the violence, you know, now we have missing people. Now we got to focus on that again. So these are all the tasks that Navajo Police Department are facing every day, every week, you know, and it's just, I've been in law enforcement for 17 years. I graduated from Toye. Before it was just bootlegging marijuana. Now we have a variety of things as far as drugs, alcohol, health issues. Now we have babies that are being raised that are products of methamphetamine, adult users. We're going to be dealing with that in about a couple of years now. So how are we going to prepare as a nation for this? Because it's not getting any better. It's going to get more violent. There's going to be more drugs coming in, which is already happening now. Alcohol is going to get, you know, alcohol is always going to be there, no matter what. And I think the resources we need in these communities is great. I hear that we have a Boys and Girls Club in many farms. I hear the council delegate himself, you know, gives them, involves himself in the community. We need more people like that. We need more resources. And, you know, as far as what we have, workforce, you know, social services, the judicial system, I've seen one good program being in law enforcement, and that was with Jemez Pueblo Police Department. When I worked there, what we did is we did the long-term incarceration there. And during that time, these individuals were able to dry out and sober up. When they were almost done with their time, DBHS came in for inpatients for them, and that was another 6-7 months. By the time they were done with these two programs, their workforce came in and helped them and said, "Do you guys want to go to school? That's really this program." So they utilized their resources very well. By then, social service came back and said, "Okay, we're going to reunite the families." So they didn't just turn these individuals long-term alcoholics away. They helped them. So that's where I'm thinking that, you know, we need a program like that with these programs involved for our people. You know, that's where the focus, if we're going to do anything, that can be a start.
He agreed to, if he can't.
So that's what I have. Thank you guys for being here. And just know we're doing our best out there. We're doing everything we can possibly do for Chinle.
That's below the belt. That's below the belt.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They told Grandma I was doing that scan.
That's below the belt.
And I sent that.
Yeah, there. Aloha. My name is Darren Simeona. I'm the supervisor here at Criminal Investigations. I'm grateful to be here, and I appreciate all the concerns. I appreciate the work that the Many Farm community is doing, trying to help their communities out. And I don't want to, you know, continue to say the same things as Captain Yazzie and Lieutenant Yazzie said, because as you see, just from their information, what they brought up, it's going to take a community, it's going to take the whole nation as a unity to help and fight this problem. You can't put it all on one person. It's just like putting everything on a single mom to raise a family. It's tough on her. It's tough on the things that she's going to be doing. It takes all of us, all of the community, all of the programs, all of the resources to help fix this problem. We can't throw it all on our legislators. We can't throw it all on PD. It's everybody. You know, the information that you guys are providing, we appreciate that, because those are things that we need that can help our case. But it doesn't stop there. It has to continue on. We need people especially like in behavior health, mental health. We have people that have disabilities. Have you ever gone up to, the disability homes up here and check on what kind of conditions they live in? It's terrible. There's nothing for them. We need to work on all of these problems so we can help our communities become safe. I'm telling you, the communities that changed in the United States that became safe was because the communities worked together in one, being as one, in unity to help each other out, solve these problems. And we can do that here. A lot of my family and friends, they always ask me, what are you doing out there on the Navajo reservation? You've been gone for 30-something years. I've been here since 1984. And I said, because I love it here. I know there's no beaches, there's no ocean, but I still love it here because the people are great. The people are great, and I respect it. I respect the culture. I respect the people. My kids are Navajos, and I want to be here and we can make this place a better place. But we have to work as a unity. We can't single out any organization. Hello? It has to be done together. How are you? Because with everybody's little help, it'll help fix this problem. I know my boss, Mr. Henderson, who's the director, is also listening in. So I would like to defer some of my time to him so he can respond to some of the concerns. That's okay.
Okay, we have a lot of Madam Chair, I apologize for interrupting. This is Joanne Deadman.
Okay.
Hold on. Bessie? Bessie Allen, are you on the line? Bessie, can you call back on the call-in line?
Hello. Good morning, everyone who is on the call. I know that we have other delegates who have joined in on the line, and I know that they are texting me at this time to ask to speak as well on this issue. Before we recognize any other speakers, I just want to make sure I'm trying to take notes as best as I can. So I'm going to recap a little bit, Shirley, and if you could take notes. I'm going to recap quickly to talk about some of the issues that have been brought to light during this public forum. I'll also clarify a little bit what some of the hurdles are as far as what public safety is facing. We are currently, just so you know, we are currently being broadcasted on Facebook as well. So this information is being put out there to the community and also to the people on social media. So very quickly, today is June 22nd, 2021. We did start the public hearing around 10:11 this morning. We have several people on teleconference, and then we have people who are here presently physically in the Chinle Police Department. We are limited on the amount of people we can allow into the police department, so we do apologize for that. But nevertheless, we do have people who are present with us. We did hear from the president of Many Farms Community who presented to us. Actually, I'll take a step back. Honorable Kealan Begay did reach out to the Law and Order Committee asking for our assistance in addressing some of the issues that are happening here within his community. The Law and Order Committee originally agreed to come out on Friday a couple of weeks ago, but a couple of us members did have a family emergency, so we were not able to come out. So for that, we do apologize. But we did reschedule to today. With me here in the room, we have Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, we have Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Kealan Begay, and also myself. In addition to that, we have the President of the Many Farms Chapter, Catherine Arthur, the Vice President who presented his information but had to leave. I believe he is an employee. so he had to get back to work. Vice President Al Tedda, is that correct? Okay, and then we also have on the line Secretary Treasurer Jacqueline Begay. We have grazing official who is here. His name is Roland So. And then we also have the Community Service Coordinator, Francis Harrison, as well, all of whom who have shared information not only with the Law and Order Committee, but also the police officers who are present, and that is Officer Emmett Yazzie, Captain Kim Yazzie. Sorry, I was going through my list here. Captain Kim Yazzie, and then we also have criminal investigator Dan Simeona. I'll eventually get it by the end of this meeting. Dan Simeona, who was also here. In addition to other officers who are here, we have Carlton Jim, Alfonso Haven, and Cornelia Perry, who are also present with us in this room. Again, we are listening to the concerns brought before us here by the Many Farms officials, but many of these concerns are concerns that we see across the Navajo Nation. I know we have Honorable Nathaniel Brown, who is on the line listening, as well as he has brought his concerns from the Kayenta community also to the table with Law and Order Committee. As a council, as we proceed forward, the Law and Order Committee has tried to address the issues as well that have been brought forward. So I do want to inform the people in this room and also those who are listening that Title 17, which is the criminal code, is currently being revamped as we speak. It has been brought to this committee's attention. We are aware of it. Honorable Eugene So has tried to drop, I believe, 3 legislations to date to try to address some of the issues that are happening. The first, I believe, was a sliding scale that pertained to, as you stated, Officer Yazzie, the revolving door that's happening. We are well aware of the issues that are happening as far as people being arrested and then being released the next day. We have heard from police department, we've heard from criminal investigations, we've heard from detention. We also heard from social services on some of the issues that are happening. One of the issues that we do run into the Law and Order Committee is we don't have any control. Nobody has any control over the way that the judicial branch decides the cases. So we have not had any meetings with any of the judges about what is happening. The reason is, I believe that at one time it was brought to the attention of the Chief Justice, and we were told that every judge has the right to rule the way that they see fit based on the evidence that is brought before them at that time and based on the information that's provided regarding that case. We have heard what you all are, what police officers are facing right now. And I know personally that same situation happened in Shiprock community with the hemp issue. We had so many people calling in and filing complaints. But the problem that we ran into is when it came time for us to reach out to those people to say, okay, and I'm not saying us, I'm not saying me, but when it came time for police department and prosecutor's office to reach out to these people to say, okay, we need you to sign the affidavit, we need you to be a part of this, case. We had so many people back out because they did not want to be involved in a legal case. We sat down, Madam AG and I remember at one time sat down for 4 hours listening to one gentleman's complaint. He had a notebook, he had pictures, he had journals, he had everything that we needed for the hemp case. And at the end of the 4 hours, when we asked him, would you be willing to be a witness? He said, no. I just wanted to turn this over to you guys so you guys can deal with it. And that was the problem, is that not many people understand, when it comes to evidence, the people who are collecting that evidence have to testify to that evidence that they're submitting or that they're turning into police officers. We've also heard the situation of family members who know that their family is dealing in meth, or that they're bootleggers, or that they're engaged in illegal activities on the reservation, but they don't want to report it because they know that they have to be a witness when it comes time for it to come to the court, because Officer Yazi, as you stated, every person has due process rights. And so I think that many times our people forget that that's part of the process. And I'm sorry, Shamado Shajai, I guess he left. I don't shudder though. That it is frustrating, because you are right in that many of these people know how to get away with the law. Many of them know their rights. They know what to do or what to say to get out of these cases. And I know that because I was a prosecutor for 2 years, and I saw that. I saw cases where there were domestic disputes happening, and the wife or the husband would recant and say, when it came time to it going to court, they would come back and say, I don't want to be a witness. My husband or my wife didn't touch me. It was just all a mistake. And when that comes before the judge, oftentimes those cases were thrown out. So I know that as officers, you are responding to those calls. You're putting in the time and effort to address the situation. But when it gets to the court, it's not only, one fault of one party. There are other things that do happen. So as a recant, I know that this is what I understand. And please, if I missed anything, please let the committee know, because this is what we have to come back and we have to talk about as a committee when we're addressing Title 17 and working to revamp that title. We know that alcohol and drugs are rampant in the mini farms community, but we also know that that stretches across the Navajo Nation. Drugs are including those drugs that we normally hear about, methamphetamine, marijuana, but we also know that prescription drugs is also something that we're starting to see increase within our community, something that's really out of our control because they're prescribed. We also have bootleggers and drug dealers who are selling in the community. People in the community know who these drug dealers and alcohol bootleggers are, but oftentimes we run into the situation of them not willing to come forward to be a witness in the case, to, that in the instance where charges are being brought against the individual, or in this case, as stated, with the family. The community has asked for stakeouts and raids to take place, but one of the issues that we are running into on the officer side is we don't have enough officers. Per the survey or the report that was provided, which I did write down, and I will tell you that Law and Order Committee has not received that report, so I don't know what you're talking about, with the information that was provided saying that the Navajo Nation needs 700 officers to address the issues that are happening here on the Navajo Nation, but we only have 120 officers serving 7 districts. So again, we haven't received that report, so it's really hard to say that we know what you're talking about. We also know that people are stealing from community members, and they're selling things that they have stole, and it's gotten as, some people are as desperate for drugs and alcohol that now they're stealing corn from farmers. I think that we believe that, when people are stealing, they're stealing jewelry, they're stealing things of value, but to steal produce now to sell for drugs and alcohol. That's what I'm understanding is happening within the many farms community, but may also be happening in other communities as well. In the many farms community, there's between 3,000 to 3,300 citizens. Many of them are young children. There are 2 public schools, 1 boarding school, and 1 high school, 7 churches, and 1 boys and girls club that's within that community. The alcohol is not the what we would think as far as alcohol. Many of them are hard liquor drinks. I know that we have heard reports of people drinking hand sanitizer. This was during the pandemic. We were informed not to give out hand sanitizers for that purpose. But when we're talking about alcohol, we're talking about hard liquors in that case. We also know about the distributors and the families and the dealers who are involved. But again, it goes back to securing a witness who's willing to go through the process and testify that they have seen things. We also heard stories about people selling not only in their homes, but now selling off the road, selling at stores, and they're very quick and know how to get away with it. That oftentimes there's not enough evidence to prove that they are selling what they're selling drugs or alcohol. There was some statistics shared with us about our children, but in addition to that, we're also seeing people speeding through the Many Farms community, and it used to be that officers would monitor the streets, but lately that hasn't been the case. Again, we go back to the concerns that are brought forward here by the officers regarding the 120 officers in 7 districts. There are also people who are afraid of retaliation. If they do report the information, they're afraid of being retaliated against. Many of our elders are being harassed, and as a result of that are not sleeping or are not eating. And many of these elders are finding themselves in a situation where it's family members that they know of who are engaged in these illegal activities. We also have elected officials who are having to use family members to assist them with their duties because of how alcohol and how drugs and even retaliation is starting to affect their responsibilities. And in some cases, we have workers who are hired and then show up intoxicated as a result of bootleggers and drug dealers selling within the community. We do know of a lot of property that has been stolen, jewelry, large equipment, and then we also have tools as well. And again, people in the community know who are doing these things, but we are running into that situation of sharing the information with officers. As far as funding, there has been a request for funding to get more officers to address the bootlegging and also to address the drug deals and then also the speeding that are happening within the Many Farms community. Officer Emmett Yazzie did explain that they are trying to recruit officers. Class 56, which is the class this year, had 300 applicants, and that was narrowed down to 200 after going through a questionnaire process, and it went down to 24 after doing background. And this morning, the class is down to 15 police officers. The report that was referenced is Strategy Matters, and that's the report that indicates that the Navajo Nation would need 700. Can you please mute your phone?
Go to training. Out of those 15, how many are going to make it through training?
Topic 3. Yeah.
Hello, we heard your question. Out of the 15, how many are going through basic training? Can you please mute your phone so we don't hear any more of your conversation? Thank you. So we do need 700 police officers, and currently there's only 120 officers. Officer Yazzie also stated that in one home that there were 54 arrests, and that the officers did ask the prosecutor's office to put these individuals on hold, and that's the, I put quote, hold, because I think we, know what hold is. But they were released, and that's where you were referencing the revolving door. The minor penalties, same individual that was arrested 3 times in one day, and the request from the Law and Order Committee is to look into rehabilitation centers and to also look into addressing something for the youth to do, because our youth are the ones who are being targeted. There were also mention of some good judges who did public shame And I don't know if that's something that we can bring back, but I mean, can you imagine if if a bootlegger out there was caught and they had to put a big sign that said, we no longer sell alcohol, then everybody would know that that person or that family was a bootlegger. And I know that that was a reference that used to happen in the past, and that's no longer the case at this point. So I will say, based on the information that has been provided to this committee, and we are going to still hear concerns from the community, but I do want to address a few of these items. Number one is we did have in regards to the rehabilitation centers. The Law and Order Committee had a joint meeting with Health Education Human Services on February 2nd, 2021 at 9:00 a.m. During this time, we did talk, the purpose of this joint meeting was to talk about establishing a detox and a rehabilitation center here on the Navajo Nation. Chief Francisco was on the line. Chief Francisco did share with us the data that was collected. He said that there were 25,000 arrests in 2019, and of that, 12,000 was for public intoxication. In addition to that, we also had the acting chief prosecutor, Brandon Bitsui, on the line, who verified that 90% of his cases dealt with crimes that were being prosecuted because of drugs and alcohol. So we obviously know that that is a huge concern here on the Navajo Nation. So the purpose of this meeting was to talk about how do we get a detox and rehabilitation center here on the Navajo Nation. We had Chief Francisco on the line. We had Captain Williams on the line. We also had Acting Chief Prosecutor Brandon Bitsui. We had Executive Director Jesse Delmar. We also had Dolores Gray Eyes on the line as well. We had a majority of the HES members, Health Education Human Services Committee members on the line as well. And we had the Office of the President and Vice President, Ms. Billison, who was on the line. During that process, we talked about what needs to happen. And I was trying to go back into my notes to find, we did meet with BIA, Executive Director Jesse Delmar, also Dolores Gray Eyes, Chief Francisco, the Law and Order Committee. We did meet with BIA, OJS, Jason O'Neill, and we had this conversation. Verbally, we were told that it is possible to turn the juvenile detention center here in Chinle into a rehabilitation detox center for the Navajo Nation. So we are working on this process. At the time, BIA did inform us that we would be responsible for the modifications that needed to be made, because obviously, there are the iron gates that are there for as a jail. So we would have to get rid of those. We would also have to make some modifications, and that would be something that the Navajo Nation would have to bear the cost on. So we did start that discussion, and we are working towards that process. We also met with BIA to talk about, what can we do to assist the people who do come in through the detox and the rehabilitation center. We were supposed to set up a meeting with IHS, the Indian Health Services, and we were supposed to be moving forward in that. The reason why we didn't set up a meeting was because that was, there was change happening within the administration, within the Biden administration. So we wanted to make sure that when we had IHS on the call, that they were the right people that we would need to be talking to. So during that time, we did come up with a plan, and that plan is to get written permission from the BIA OJS office to turn the juvenile detention center here in Chinle into a detox rehabilitation center for the entire Navajo Nation. As a start off, we know that there's going to be more. But what we're afraid of is, at that time, we don't have funding for infrastructure. At that time, keep in mind, this is pre-ARPA. This is, pre, the funding that's coming into the Navajo Nation. So we thought that the detention center, the juvenile detention center, because it's really used, may be a good facility to use to try to address that need. We were supposed to reach out to IHS. The reason why we had to reach out to IHS is because the Department of Behavioral Health actually would have to be involved in providing counseling services to individuals who would be brought to this facility. In some districts, IHS does not enter the jails. So I believe that officers, you are well aware of this. If a person needs treatment, corrections has to transport them to their appointment. IHS does not come into the detention facility. So we're trying to work with IHS to come into our facilities to offer services to the people who are going to be going through this process, and then also for anybody who has been arrested. That way we're not having to take detention officers out of detention to transport individuals to their appointments. So this would work both ways. We also know that one of the things that we asked Ms. Gray Eyes to do is start preparing a budget of what it would cost to modify the juvenile detention center here. If we were to get rid of all of the locks and we were to turn it into a facility where we can offer assistance, what is that going to cost? That was supposed to be presented to the committee during the budget session so that we can start trying to get funds set aside for that. But BIA came out and said, we're not going to help you with those funds, only because that is a Navajo Nation matter that you guys have to address, and 638 contracts don't offer those types of services. So that's kind of where we're at with the rehabilitation and the detox center. So we have been trying to work to address that issue. It does take bringing in a lot of people to make that happen. We did offer to the Health, Education, Human Services, we offered several meetings during a Law and Order Committee meetings to meet with them again so that we can update them about the meeting that we had with BIA. But they never took us up on that. So we probably will have to go back to the table to find out when we can meet. And I will tell you that it is really hard for delegates, it's hard for us to attend meetings that are last minute, because we usually plan out our schedule. If any delegate is like me, my July is already filling up right now with meetings, and I'm sure you all are the same way. You have meetings that you have to attend, and you have to make sure that you can be there, obviously, during that time. So we will be reaching out with Hess again to schedule a joint meeting to talk about the original February 2nd meeting and then the following meeting that we had with BIA OJS. In addition to that, the other issue that has been brought to the attention of the Law and Order Committee is needing more youth activities on the nation. I couldn't agree with you more. I think that our youth need things to do. I can only speak about my community, and I know that we recently got the skateboard park $100,000 because we know that youth are, they're into skateboarding right now and they need something to do. I also tried to push for a baseball field, something that you see. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that baseball complex field going into Farmington, the back road. That's what we envision in Shiprock by the river. There's currently a baseball field there. That money was vetoed by President Nez. So the youth, the baseball, the baseball field remains as it is today, which is just dirt. So we are working to try to address that issue. The skateboard park has been approved. That one didn't need President's approval. So that was something that Council had approved. And I believe that Council is well aware that, our youth are important. I know that Delegate Eugene So talks about that passionately when he, addresses, how do we as parents and as grandparents, how do we talk to our youth so that they don't get involved in these types of issues. So just know that Council has been working to try to approve more youth activities, because we see that in our community and we know that is needed. Honorable Kealan Begay, prior to the meeting, talked about what his family does for the community, what his family does for the youth, and that's out of his own pocket as a delegate. contrary to popular belief, we no longer have discretionary funds. So that has gone away since 2010. So anything that a delegate does for the community, we do out of our own pocket. Anything that we do for families, we do it out of our own pocket. And Honorable Kialambiye talked about the various events that he holds within his community to try to keep families together and to also offer something for the youth to do, something that's commendable, I think. So again, you know, those are the two things that I do want to touch upon. I also asked if the acting chief prosecutor was on the line or if we have a Chinle prosecutor. I know you guys recently lost your Chinle prosecutor. What's his name? Tyson Yazzie. Yes, I can't believe I forgot Tyson's name. Tyson, if you're listening, I apologize. So we don't know if the prosecutor is on the line. Usually the prosecutor does give us information about why, you know, cases are kind of falling through the cracks. But that is certainly something that we can try to assist with. So at this point, I do want to reassure you to say that Title 17, we are working on it. I will say that it's going to be a tough debate. We know it. The committee knows it. We've already talked about it. We know that it's going to be a tough debate because you do have people on one hand who are saying jail is not the option. We need rehabilitation centers. We need something to help the people who are addicted to alcohol and drugs. And then on the other hand, you have delegates who are saying, you know, that we do need to be a little bit more strict with our laws. So in terms of Title 17, when that law comes to the committee, when it comes to council, and again, we're hoping to have it ready by fall session. That is the plan, is to have Title 17 completely done by fall session. That's where we need the community to speak up and say, this is what we want to see. That's when you rally your delegates and you say, delegate, you know, we want you to vote this way. If it means being tougher on crime, then that's something that we as a council, you know, we are willing to entertain that, but we do need the people's support on this. We also need the president's support on this. And I think personally, I will say on the record, as a former prosecutor, I am in favor of getting people the help that they need, but I've also learned that people who want help usually come and they find that help. They seek out help. And so we do have that revolving door. And without the rehabilitation centers, without having that service on the Navajo Nation, we're going to continue to have meetings like this where we're going to be asking police officers, what are you guys doing? We're going to have criminal investigators, you know, their feet being held to the fire, asking them, why hasn't this case happened? Because it all falls back to the way that the law is written and the way that it's interpreted by the judicial branch. That's really what it falls down to. So I will say, as chair of Law and Order Committee, we are working to address this issue. You may not see us out there like, displaying everything, but again, we have had several meetings with BIA. And as you all know, as hard as it is for our people to understand, we need BIA's approval on a lot of these things. And it's really a sad thing. And in fact, Vice Chair and I were just now talking about how can we fund some of these, positions to help the community. That doesn't fall on us. We only respond. So if police department needs more funding to have more officers out there who, can do stakeouts and who can look at these bootleggers and, gather information, we need your director to come forward and ask the committee for funding. Yeah. So it works both ways. So I'm going to turn it over to Delegate Otto So, who can maybe explain a little bit more about what I'm talking about.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Everybody probably went through U.S. history. When you look at the concept of a three-branch government, the executive branch has certain authorities given to them in the three-branch government. The legislative branch has certain duties and responsibilities, and you have the judicial branch. And when I look back on a lot of the politics that came out through the years, you would see the council delegate as the laborer, would be the engineer over there trying to put the numbers together. But yet, as the duty of the legislature, we're here to appropriate money and to make law. We're not the construction worker. We're not the investigator. We're not the social worker. And those areas that I talk about, the construction worker, the social worker, the administrator, lies on the executive branch. And every year, we appropriate money for the tribal operation each year. Programs come before the tribal government or the legislature for money. We want this much money for our program so we can provide direct services. And that's how dollars are appropriated. And it goes back to the shortfall. You just look at what happened with the law, which Honorable Eugene So worked very hard to address the issue pertaining to the what happened in Fort Defiance related to the dog mauling. That legislation was vetoed. So, and it's back to the same old again. To address those issues. And even now, we really need to get the partnership with the executive branch to really look at how change can happen. This very issue pertaining to bootlegging, to the drugs, to all this issue, it affected every person on the Navajo Nation. I myself was affected by it. I seen it. I grew up with it. You can't even sleep outside alone. What do they do? Oh, here's direct TV. Turn it on. Watch that. What's going on in TV is what you're putting into to that child. They want to be that rapper that's rapping in Los Angeles, wearing those baggy pants and holding those gang signs and wanting to have these guns and so forth. That influence is educating our children in the cell phone. Nana YouTube, Bizaha. Ako amado jan lin ekwajet do ya halchi hoba alchinya. Yeah, we're losing them. And I always say this is that there's no such thing as a bad child. There's such thing as bad parenting. Amado ja achi masan asa and amayajan lin. They have responsibilities and roles to raise, whether it's your nephew, your niece, your child. You hear today, leave my child alone. It's not your child. A family is or a grandfather. And you don't see it today. Chicken dance. She laid it keep on nacha. That okay. Not Georgia the other. A keep on nacha. Kisande. Hot say I told it. Cage. I saw nacha. Haisha Sapama. What other the Yataho and Sinahua. So Haisha, where she yaja? So Sabit Ada, Naha, Len, George, the other Nan, Ado Adi, in Kidoli. That's your goal, rather than me. Even not, Halek, Ego, a lot of these policy change requires partnership with legislatures, with judicial branch and executive branch. And the term of my way or the highway is something that we can't argue with. We have to meet each other in the middle somewhere. And Mr. I don't want to butcher your name, Darren Siomo. Said it right. The community. Many farms, Chinlig, Tonanest, this not onion, 4 to 5. Wherever your community is, if you want to change this, you're going to have to start there locally. It is a whole short. I think so. Corona and let it, but which I just kedo. Engine is stopping a hajj. Just show. Then it opens that he said, so hajj each. See, Nahan. See, it just ego. The same concept in your child, your children is a monkey see, monkey do. And not be the haban chagago, what ego, and they think, oh, what's going on in this household, going on in that household over there. They think it's normal. The net that from a household, you always wonder how their children think and comprehend that. Like ego, oh yeah, that case. Those teachings from home, many mothers and fathers and uncles, aunties, we fail. That's where a lot of the responsibility needs to begin, to identify where mothers and fathers, where do we fail? You know? But from the policy side, we can make these laws in the main Title 17. But if the resources not planned from the managers and from the division level, you'll always get no money. Oh, they got this much money last year. They survived 10 years getting the same amount of allocation. Criminal investigation. $1.4 million, we got you. That shouldn't be me getting the money for you. The administration should be getting the money for you. Just a normal Navajo boy that just looked around and said, Haliho. What effects goes on here in Chinle goes on in Chupa City. I know it. I got two little brothers, a little brother and a little sister, who went to the pen because of drugs. Do it again. Do it again. What type of legacy are you going to leave for your children? كمان لين شجان لين وال يحط خدية إيدين لها نيجو نايات كيدولي شيئا هجن هذا نات أني دا أندي يا أكا إيه هبان دوتلا أكان دوت جيدولي شجنينا شيء خدنا شيء كانوا شيء دوت جيدولي إيه ده أمر سوب بتسوي كل أقوات إنش ده نيدولي شنو عشان حتى شيء كان ليدت نهاش غسلولي شنو many rolling around in my grave. And those are just little insights that I have. And everyone on the line, this is really touches everybody. And these aspects of basic things that start from home. It starts from sitting at a dinner table. That's where those teaching and values begin, at home. Simple things like that can begin that, and it sparks conversation between a mother, a child, and a father. Masanda, you know, the world works in mysterious ways. It takes people that deserve to live. The world takes people away that deserve to live, that deserve many, many more lives. But the people that are wasting it. I had an uncle that had a lot of values. Could you Nessa attend at O Atena, Nanika Ajota, not no, Ata, in son, just case. You wait ego inna, nichi hui hiliaco, a what ego pay attention to is onsen. Onfiski. A man lean had anna but nesta, a giant lean had anna but nesta. A chair, my son had asked her, the a lot of these homes, they're not there. I saw him has touch. Onsen. And I'm sorry for taking up time, Madam Chair, but I just have a lot of things that they're starting at a young age, 13 years old, 10 years old. And if you allow them to continue to go, they're going to lose them once they hit 16. If anyone I'm going to give the floor back over to Madam Chair. And those of you that are listening, so I'm here, all eyes and ears. Thank you.
Yeah, I should say, Honorable Eugene. So now we're going to, I'm sorry, Honorable Otto. So see, I keep doing so and so. So we're going to go ahead and allow Honorable Eugene So to speak.
That is not good. Hello. The coronavirus don't just has ne. Shan father is ya ho na to yo ya initiative ni next to students and what is your mission there? But I was I don't know. I guess what he meant was I was honored to do my own thing. So, but I did learn this and that as I was growing up. Oh, it's on our stuff. Oh, it just stayed there, suppressed it inside. Daar klaar is long. Alcohol. The radio stop as a top half of the nose on the Atlantic Pesci car then double white which you don't need either. So we're now working on that right now for the Kennedy a group. We are just right now. So we're going for some of the money out of funding. They need and they need and because even now I'm probably a recovering alcoholic. I condition, so I don't I'm a 50% disabled American veteran. You should not has it been. I don't sobriety is a tough draw. When you use the road, you're late, and that's it. Just show I don't post it as a unit. Or is it or what you draw it out of visit of a cat animal? So what another one? In this case, a tough draw. But you want to be sober, you had to go jump for jump. Every jump you had to be just keep going with it. It's like living a day at a time, one day at a time. You never know tomorrow you might be drunk. Even now you have to respect it. Yeah. See you go a bit about even now. You have to go just one day at a time, let go, let God. All day, every day, now day. So at the natural cost that today you're gonna be strong to stay sober, okay? Don't take the first drink. Because the first drink is all the others is not an aid or bigger. So you can't you still drink all day if you're an alcoholic. But the first one is that's the dangerous one. Even now, so okay, so that's the only thing you see. I thought it's the hot chin upon Saha case ago. The correct knowledge in parenting. A crack is seen, they see not I up at me parenting. I are not letting alone. Hot chin is a basic. She say how all the sneaker. Always starting with me. They Chinese job to that show, they that the yard up in ya, Asahach in ya, Hishi is not high, double bodies that is sneaker. Fair groups, 80, which we love a home. It don't touch it on me, start that all. Should say some much sons. Fast choices on. The dawn, yeah, to the dog, put out that dawn. A question I can what darkness it's all legend, what darkness it's who must not share. I have to so the need what that thing so you met them for what they're teaching. But satisfied, you had that respect. The question city, I need echo, they don't need echo, what they don't need to fight this. It's a vital issue. I need against it. Every one of us, one way or another, is affecting us. A crack, I need about me, card it on me. Somehow, we need to start thinking and then planning and then making some laws along that line. Article on. What are they hard need job? Because you can have a bootlegger living next door. It's you that's going to go over there and buy it. If you don't go over there and buy it, if everybody pitches in, so you need bootlegger is going to be there, but nobody's going to be buying it. So you need it already. That's our goal as well. So that's parenting number one. I need a change of the show. I need to know. I have a great grandson. He's a Lakota. She's a Lakota lady. I call in this case. I go. The later when I stop I put my alcohol away. I always say I didn't put I should have your thing on. The alcohol divorced me. I didn't ask for divorce. The reason why is I still want to have a cold beer. I suppose just not and just still with that's extra That was so that was not us. You know how that tastes. And also, could in this case, or whatever, because that way she thought yours. If I do drink it, she thought God was going to abuse me. If she thought this, it might even kill me. It don't want me. My body doesn't want it. So why drink it? One day at a time. What that's not. That's shit. It's not going to. No. That cold beer is not going to. They don't want me. I think you're able to shut all this. So when you know, you can't all this. So that's how it is. It divorced me. So that's why on not. But sometimes you don't think about it. Sometimes it just goes along, nothing. But someday you'll see it again. That's when the AA group comes around. And alcoholic also needs a sponsor. When he has or she has that feeling of grabbing alcohol. So when that time comes, he has to call the sponsor. Let's go to a meeting. So you'll have a meeting there. You have a meeting over there with the other people. Then you come all the way back with another meeting. So you have about 3 meetings. Afterwards, so you have a sponsor that can take that alcohol, try to jump away from you, and also you need a spiritual sponsor. I just be become a sponsor to somebody else again. So that helps. So it's a lifetime thing. If you become an alcoholic, it's a lifetime thing. We're all Al-Anon. We're Al-Anon. That's where we need to come together and start talking. Al-Anon because every one of us has somebody that's an alcoholic problem or a drug problem in the family. One way or another, we have somebody that's emotionally you get stressed. And not all it other without it is and now even now we get to combine together and start doing something. This is what we have here, what we're talking here is it's a whole Navajo Nation thing. We need to grab each other and fight it. There's we see that we're going to get somewhere. We're going to get out of it. Only there that we need no, it's not going to help. We can't say that police department, that doing the judiciary system, the criminal investigation, the social service, the council, that it's not going to help. All these going to divide each other. You see, by the cars, these mission, we're divided. We're not going to. For the rest of our, I don't know how long we're going to fight over each other. We're going to be competing. It's all we're going to do is compete with crimes. People that are breaking the laws. As we compete, we put more money over here to get more police, more judges, more this and that to fight the other side over here. That's just competing. So we have to stop that competing and then start working together. That's the only way we're ever going to conquer this vital situation that we have now, because it involves every one of us, even those that's not going to be born again. That's all the cheat and it's going all affect that. So not and then I should say I did not hold the rational. They go to their grave. Some I don't know how many hours she held on to me and start talking to me. That's how she passed. So and I think there's something that she still wants to tell me before she goes. So this is what it is. We're fighting something that's all involves every one of us. So these dealers and these bootleggers, they're taking advantage of our young kids. They're going after their weakness. Where their weakness, what they're making money out of. What we see it every day. Because that there's a malfunction having some regards to laws. As a council delegate, we can make laws. agency says that I got one law that's going to be coming before the council again. That's 3 strikes, you're out. We had a meeting with Apache, White Mountain Apache. That one, if you get caught 3 times as a bootlegger, you're going to go off the reservation. That kind of strict laws. I need a card and card job. Push that in the page. Push that. We'll take you to the reservation line and let you go. That kind of a law, if we're going to get real tough, it has to be done that way. I don't. So the first offense, you know, we can post it. Who the bootleggers are, who he is, who she is, post it, put it on the air. So they'll know, people know him or her. The next time around, anything that be not based on that, take it away from them. Hunting, law, cheat, take all that rights away from them. Off the reservation. Maybe we, at that time we can put a year on it. 1, 2, 3, 4. To give you a beige back. What I have no support in this case. That's my legislation that's going to go before these council again. So then the other thing, we're trying to figure out how we can do some things. As we combine together, we need to get the president. This is not just any division. This is just not any department that can put the crap only on the street. So it has to be given to each division, every one of us, each department, every one. Otherwise, it's social service. But where did that laws come from? It came from the ARS or maybe Utah or New Mexico. We live differently here on the reservation. So there are ways we can do this. A lot of ways, a lot of ways we can do this. But the kind of black and white. So these are the things that I'm really focusing on. I think he's going to be the freedom of religion, press, and speech. Now we see kids seeing these things. I see games again done there. But she said, there's no truth. I said, oh, you could see, no, how could anybody make that sense? Shooting each other with body parts, flying this way and that way, blood everywhere. That's what our young generation are looking at. That's press and speech and religion. But the line, it seems that's overpassed, where we can do and say whatever we want. People used to say a long time ago, people used to say, I don't need that's being negative. If you say negative stuff or do negative things, that's what they used to say to you. I don't need it will happen. You're going to make it happen if you think that way. Negative, it will happen. I think not a young before father. I thought respect the husband. That one day chin in not into place down. Nearly go about 100 years, sweet son. You were 90 years old, 100 years old, she's in the house now. Hatali, that it is that all this town. And you're a young man, young girl. What on all about this case, this artist, I guess the day has come now. We're there. Or we're going to keep it going, or we're going to fight it. If we're going to fight it, we have to unite each other. Everybody has to pitch in their 2 cents. Everybody has to fight it. Because all that's why all these things are introduced to us. I guess a lot of time over on this case, if they were to have legalized alcohol back in the first place, it would have been better than instant. Because right now, the reason why I think all my personal over on this case, then they become alcohol real fast. I think very good. It's not possible. You're offensive, I don't. I thought not a plan about how they garble that bottle. So if they keep doing, they get faster to become alcoholic. Instead of just drinking, maybe say, yeah, what I just drop on the Zena and Chicago. He was a workaholic. Come home, not every day, but he'll get something like that and put it in there and drink it. That's it. I don't know, I'm just case too much. I think the alcohol, I think, there's a lot of legislation, a lot of bills that were signed over to go on in Congress, everywhere. It was supposed to be respected. We're not respecting it. What we're abusing it not. So even now, we can't really go along with what's going on and what these people are doing to us. So to me, I think we need to unite each other and pursue this really urgent and really vital part of our Navajo nation. We need to conquer it somehow. I would like everybody to help each other. They are kids keeping updated. Our young kids keeping updated. With grandkids and then talk there. We want them to have a better life. Not what it is now. We're not where it's going now. One thing, the reason why I asked if I could say something, on the radio, I got a house up there at Lake Sholo, on Lake Linden. This morning, she was to call it, I think we're going to be evacuated. No, but the constant was down. There's a fire coming in from Hebrew. From window. So the fire is going towards that way. So we had to be ready for it. So I might have to leave that way in a little while. So then I got a legislation on. They put it sponsor the release petition A2 South at the Budget Finance Committee. 0094-21, the second phase of the hardship checks that we're pushing to. So I'll ask Chief if she can help me out if I do take off that way. So right now I'm figuring going halfway that way so I can, if they say I have to evacuate, get out of there, I'm just going to go down there, help my wife, and then get my stuff out of there. So I'll be in the middle somewhere, maybe. And they, in the world, I had to change such a so I can hear both sides. So every day, I was kind of let me have a word. So share nice because everyone said I met her 3 days ago. I just thought, really, that's I don't just have to call it out. I don't just share everyone of you and just join hands. Let's join hands and let's try to conquer this whatever's trying to get our kids away from us. Thank you.
Okay, Eugene. So just really quickly, Mr. Simeona. Did I say it right? All right. So just as a really quick recap, this is important for you to know as criminal investigations what was discussed here under Honorable Eugene. So just really quickly, so Title 17, we are looking to revamp Title 17. And at this point, I think the committee is moving towards stricter laws because we don't have the rehabilitation centers in place right now. And as Honorable Eugene So has shared with us, he is dropping legislation for a 3 strikes you're out. And what that would mean is this would be specifically for bootleggers and for drug dealers. Your first offense would be, I guess, public shame. It would be posted so people would know that you or your family is engaged in bootlegging or in drug dealing. The second offense is removal of any license that you may have and also any assistance that you may be receiving. And also I think one that did come up is that you would lose your home site lease or like your grazing rights. So that would be your second offense. Your third offense, if you're caught being a bootlegger or a drug dealer, is you get booted off the Navajo Nation and you lose your census, your CIB number, which would mean that you would not be eligible for any Indian health services that are provided off the Navajo Nation as a result of this. And we do have control as the Navajo Nation over the CIB. So Honorable Eugene So has talked about this 3 strikes you're out as a means to try to curb and be stricter with drug dealing and also alcohol bootlegging on the Navajo Nation. And so that's what he's talking about with, like that's one way to strengthen Title 17 when it comes to bootlegging and when it comes to drug dealing. The other that I did forget to mention is in addition, so Title 17 is going to be expanded a little bit more to include animal abuse, because we know and we've heard presentations of when a person can abuse a dog or abuse an animal that can't fight back, then they're usually more likely to abuse a person. And so studies have been shared with this committee. There have been presentations given at judicial conferences on this, and we currently do not have anything in place right now that covers that law, animal abuse as a means of abusing others. We also do not have hate laws in our Title 17, so that's to protect our relatives, who are in the LGBTQI community. We don't have any hate laws right now that say if you beat someone up because they're gay, that you could go to jail for that, and that the penalties are stricter. I'm sure that we all know somebody who is gay, and we all love that person regardless of who they are. And so there are no laws in place, and I believe Honorable Nathaniel Brown is pushing for that legislation, but that will be included in Title 17 as well. And then the last one is financial abuse of elders. So we have heard many cases of our elderly people being abused by their family members. Financially, they're asked to co-sign on vehicles, or sometimes their checks are taken away. There's nothing in our laws that really protect them. We do have elder abuse laws, but there's nothing in Title 17 that gives them any type of protection. So those are 3 areas that we are working on to include in Title 17 as well. So I just wanted to share that. I'm going to go ahead and allow, so this is the lineup, Honorable Key Allen Begay, and then Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and then we're going to go back to, I believe we have the Secretary Treasurer who is on the line who would also like to speak, and then we have a few other people who have text in. After the Secretary Treasurer, Jacqueline Begay, we will then go to Bessie Allen, and then we also have Michael Henderson, and then Alberto Peshlakai, who wants to speak to number 5 on the agenda. So again, the lineup is Honorable Key Allen Begay, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Jacqueline Begay, the Many Farms Chapter Secretary Treasurer, Bessie Allen, Michael Henderson, and Alberto Peshlakai. So with that, Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Answer before you the 120 that I gave out, the 120 number, that's just patrol. So our commission officers is bigger than that. So I didn't include
police on ground, we all have a commission. All the staff at the academy, they all have commissions. So, I just don't want it to think like we're only 120 across the board. 120 across the board.
Thank you for that clarification.
Shema.
Oh.
Okay. First of all, kudo Charles Agi, Ados Salido, kudo Mr. So, Law and Order Committee member. Just for your information, I sit on the Resource Development Committee, Ajita, so that got this term. If you notice, I was going back and forth. My committee was also meeting. According to my Ajiti, it's on there. So, so chapter officials, many farms, though, quite a din how. That was the key theme, because I know my other chapters are probably listening in to say that why they weren't invited or anything as such, but they were provided the information. The 5 chapters that I represent. Low Mountain, Tachibuga, Talani Cottonwood, and Noslini, other many farms, of course. 8 arts for the deed the Naya Tiki, maybe not to go 8, the chapter for many farms, and specifically, I believe it was a resolution by chapter resolution, deed on Hati Lishito, the Nae, deed Banit and Hamid Ashland, Naslinigi. So could the Nabit Ahaki, don't Latin, a hot Ahaki to eat with all the equal base bounce under the on the Inigito, based on the Ahaki, hit out in the executive branch, Shanan, the president has Anjado, the Division of Public Safety, Hashina Lamp, the Niji, Elhit out quite a cat the Jahla. So Ashi, Isiki, Koto. Shisazido Sato Banan Hinch Kanto Lisa Shema Kodo Law and Order Committee Chair Ado Kodo Pia in the door, and I think they had a discussion with the Apache County Sheriff 2 weeks ago. She got in it during the regular chapter meeting. Sheriff Dedman, he's also one of my from my chapter, and I was leading. Jay Ado is a community member. Even judicial branch that one of the associate justices also from Nazini. Shananish in Sinigito, Aden Hot Ayish. The key thing for me, I've been submitting information. The one thing that I want to stress to the Chinle police department, the key is the police department. The key is that I wasn't going over your. I know you guys have chain of command. It wasn't my intention to go over you to get to the director and the police chief. That was my intention. And if there needs to be an apology, because I was told specifically that you need to utilize us. I will probably need to apologize if that's how it's been perceived. But my being as a delegate to the oversight committee directly the oversight programs I've been informing the police chief and the division director, Mr. Delmar, on all these information that so I believe that if there needs to be a better protocols that we need to follow, just let me know. You have my email. I'm sure you have my phone number and so on. I just need to clarify as well. obke khadi tato bagal khasendo the nen liniki to a isiki in sin he case to yan he kote response on the liniki because we're interact with the community the did call it and his did even if we're on Facebook or anything they always make statements or comments ki hot hashtag and happen on Mr. Hashtag kodo di hot hashtag every single day the purpose of today's meeting is to put everything on record. Every meeting that we have is always on record, and what we're said and what's been said and how we're going to accomplish in reviewing of what the situation is at hand. The chapter coordinator, the chapter president, the chapter vice president, the chapter secretary treasurer, the and I believe that that's also a crossroad. Should there be any distribution activity, and I'm sure it is. I don't know what's it around what you go hard, what she did. Not always trained that's already. The activity is going on. And the other area that I've been mentioning to have heard anybody mention this is that there's always a low aircraft in the area as well. Maybe that's another thing that we really need to have, maybe reach out to the federal government or the state officials to say that, okay, how can you help in monitoring the airspace? I mean, why? Don't Chinling to airport, not just a patient. They go in and out. Some are probably being transported to Farmington, out of Flagstaff, it's not down to Phoenix. They circle the area at airport level. But if you see an aircraft, wash, wash, how do you interpret that? And I've reported this twice, and I've asked, I've reported this to the higher echelon about it. A lot of times, okay, disseminating information or being rerouted back to the district. That's all nonsense. That's what I was told that it worked directly with me, from a police officer. So how do I take that? To say that it was kind of like a high tone, direct statement to say that you deal directly with me from now on. If I'm breaking protocols, I don't know, but my only intention was that at least I need to alert the situation. Me, not just only many farms, but the community that I represent. And I'm sure from the Pinion area, because two of my communities are in that area, Low Mountain and Kachik Lugat, especially if there's no signal. I mean, people are useless to say that why even report it, or how can we even report anything knowing that there's no signal in that area. I don't know what you could getting onto another territory of another neighboring tribes. So So those are some things that comes into mind of that. Okay, okay, so that in the previous council, we were on law and order committee, B committee. We've done a lot during that term. So the biggest one that we really pushed for, even though we had being cut to say that you can't do it, you can't do it, you can't do it, and you don't need the increase of cop salary, called a salary increase it daily. We thought, and I thought that would really attract a lot of our more cops to get on board. I'm not sure if that was another factor that we need to look it back into. Now, the other area that we're really looking into is the benefits. But they need this out. A call ben nacho a la hit out based on the Nishikito hit out based on NATO Nishiki to tackle these situations at the community level. A coco the resource, the personnel, and the funding. Because I think we have a sufficient size of the facility. I don't know. And then the other area that I always hear is the consent decree. The big has no judicial branch. Again, that was the former previous law and order committee. We directed the Department of Justice because we can't really just tell them to overturn this particular judgment by our own Navajo Nation court. Directing and telling the judicial branch what to do. That's where the revolving door had the nan didn't actually in this for her. Oh yes, and I next day the staff don't know she oh you hold just because of some of these policies that are still in place or stuff. And then the other one is I was fortunate enough to lure what's his name, Mr. Addington, all the way from the BIA into Pinion. It's about 3 years ago. That's it. So I call probably this is one of the heart of the area where it's very being impacted by these illegal activities. As you know, that we took the reign of what I was for the previous term at the Travel and Tour Budget Council, being the chair of the public safety. As we know that we have direct impact in allocating these fundings to the BIA or through the BIA of getting these fundings from the Office of Justice Service, even through the DOJ, at the state, federal level. All of this area, I think there needs to have a comeback by the BIA, the Department of Justice. I think we really need to come back down and inviting them back down because the Department of Interior launch is a arbitration from the Albuquerque to I think we have an upper hand, and then with this is politics talking, but the administration is in the Democratic areas and so on. So we're not really enforcing a lot of these policies. Then the other area is that now that our police officer can now apprehend non-Navajos, policy, and maybe that's one area that maybe that would have been a safe haven for a lot of these non-Navajo being on the Navajo Nation, knowing that they can't be arrested or see that's in that that's in the nation they own sin that's the Navajo Cups can rescue now that's the hot dot that's I don't know if things going to change. So all in all, at the council level, the law and order committee members no seniki kodo the naying hachad siki do yana o khaki because the next thing they're asking me to do is meet directly with the president as well. But I don't think we need to go this far to ask for help and sense. I don't think so. It's just us that we really need to reinforce our personnel project. We just need to fully support them, how we need to up their morals and so on, assuring them that the Navajo Nation is behind them in their effort in enforcing these policies. Mr. Soya Yaski that's the council to discuss so I would ask it open night candle or can he deem the store meeting keep on the list. And I don't know if there needs to be a follow-up, but I leave that up to my chapter officials to ask so somehow you're looking over your shoulder for instance. So with that, so we asked for a change of venue. So quite with that that the beat I'm sure that will be pinpointed if there should be a press release on it to go back. So baby not to go a quack is in Joshua Ban, so Listo, Hajoy Kodosha, but after nothing to live Kodo, there were fortunate enough to be, I guess, have the guts enough to be up here to talk about it in public. Also, cohort Edo Listo, others Banahat Edo Listo, Obahat Sados, Edo Tischaniz, Edo Gosh, or Nito Listo, or Nani Edo Lista Quack, the Corbenago Quan, the Nike, and then we should I see Diego Cat teacher. So we're spending more time trying to rehabilitate and so on. Let's tackle the core problem. These illegal activity. Can we call in the FBI? Can we call in the marshals? Can we call in the state and let them merge onto the Navajo Nation to say they have at it? Let's get these people out of the Navajo Nation. Based on that, and that's why I always ask at the FBI level, at the state level, and ask them how much of these funding that you guys receive is being utilized in the area. Just because that we're Navajo Nation, that doesn't mean that you need to you screw them. Just because that basically, you have to state the shackle. Hey, we're still a voting member of the state that we live in. Legislatures at the state level. Just because that just because that we live on a reservation, that doesn't mean that you stop providing service or funding at the border. You need to come onto the Navajo Nation. So, the legislatures that's limited at the state level, and then in Mexico and Utah, like all the other governors, and then you stop it, that you lose go koto, sato yen hikaichi, that it's not on this, and took at the Jonas Ingo, take a right of way, what concrete shape peso, Hachotan, a concrete team, but who is patrolling from the state level, a highway patrol, and they have many forms, a quacky because a call quagget or a call. I don't see much of the presence of these public safety on the state right-of-way. Of course, those are some areas I think we really need to look into. There's a broader area that we need to start approaching. on this particular issue to help us. So we need to reach out to the state of Arizona and ask the public safety to say that you guys need to help us come up. Even the county, Chicago County Sheriff, they can help us. You got the Apache County, you got the Navajo County, you got the Coconino County. East Sheriff and the band at the state level. So all these individuals, we vote for them. I think that's where we need to utilize and justify to say that those resources need to come onto the northeastern part of the state of Arizona. Saturday, question kodo doshi kona don kitchelo ado wall bisti koho ado naho nayo ade nasty dash store. But nonetheless, ado but nonetheless, I just want to express my my frustration on behalf of the community that I represent, not necessarily personally as a police officer, but at some of the systems that we have, how it's not really effective. Behavioral health at the and not educated I appreciate the chapter officials coming forth and then expressing their concerns and issues. I just want to share with you that one thing is my LDA style knowledge, between the 5 chapters. From one end to another end, it's more than 75 miles. That's how far that we have to travel to go. Like, I'm leaving it now Zoom. We have to go to so anyway, I just want to acknowledge my LDA,
welcome. What was your name? Estelle, welcome. So now we're going to go ahead and go to Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and just so the people in teleconference are aware, we brought in a blank paper so that we can write down what the issues are here in many farms, and then just what Law and Order Committee is doing right now so that we can see that, and also because I'm very visual, and so we can. We did this before with other communities. Take pictures and keep that within Law and Order Committee so that it's a reminder of what we discussed here at many farms, and then also what we shared with you and how we're trying to address these issues with what has been discussed. So right now, again, at this point, we have the need for more youth activities, the need for rehabilitation center, the Title 17 revamping that's going on, and then also the push for a collective effort for families. So we'll go to Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and then we'll proceed forward from there. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor.
Hi, Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Noon, Law and Order Committee, for this
Honorable
public
Nathaniel
forum.
Brown, I don't know if it's just us, but we can't hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I took it off my Bluetooth. I've been on Law and Order Committee, and for this public forum, for all the presenters, thank you to our Navajo Nation police officers. I have a list here. There has been a lot of work, I know, on behalf of working with the Kanta Police Department, meeting with FBI, public safety, and many others. So what we have found is it's exactly what you stated, Madam Chair, on when it comes to prosecution or in the process. A lot of our people choose or opt out of going to court and testifying. And I think as Navajo Nation leadership, how can we create an organization like the bikers who support some of these heinous crime offenders? They show up with the victims and their families in court. So if we can work on something where dealing with especially gang members, drug dealers, who threaten our Navajo families who are reporting them, if we can stand together, I think besides the police, this problem actually impacts every one of us on Navajo Nation. It impacts the future of Navajo for our children. Are we going to choose for it to get worse to where our children will have to endure this? I think we are at a pinnacle point in Navajo Nation where public safety, we need to continually to address this. First of all, when I meet with my chapter officials, with others in public safety as well, and our medicine people, we are constantly discussing. And I know there's a lot of, from the traditional perspective, there's a clinical perspective that comes into play. And Delegate Herman Daniels in the other meeting with RDC, where he talked about our language and our way of life. And that's where leadership, we need to keep up with these the Navajo Nation prayers from leadership. I'm glad that President Nez is hosting a day of prayer this coming weekend, and I just saw the flyer really quick. So asking for rain, and then of course for us would be public safety to keep all of you, should the NAG keep everyone safe. When we talk about these things from the therapeutic counseling point of view also, and through academia, it shows on the very core and bottom, the very foundation of all these issues are stemming from first historical traumas, where our people have been repeatedly discriminated against, laws were made against us. I mean, we actually didn't have the right to vote until recently as well, because of our Navajo code talkers. We have these, and this is where we need to demand the United States for truth and reconciliation, to really acknowledge that they did, by Congress, with the act of Congress, they did take us to Huelte, on this long walk, where a number, hundreds and maybe thousands of our Navajo people were died. They were raped repeatedly, they were murdered, they were killed, elderly men, elderly women, pregnant women, even LGBTQ were killed in the process also. So these are the acts of Congress that were written and with documentation, and these histories are not taught in the United States school systems. So we have been pushed to the side, we have been experimented on, and now look at us. These are and then the boarding school era, over 150 years ago, when our little babies were taken out of the hands of mothers, fathers, and grandparents, and our children were relocated forcibly against the will of our Navajo people, our Navajo parents. And this is where the mentality of our strong Navajo men and women have been severely disrupted. We have these historical traumas that are still passed on, and alcohol was introduced for this to happen, and it's working. I know that, I'm sure, or my thought is there's some evil geniuses in DC with these individuals who plan on us for our demise. especially within the Navajo Nation Council. And this is where I want to really quickly go down my list. I'm talking about the historical traumas. After that, after we demand truth and reconciliation, we need a lot of healing centers throughout Navajo Nation. And that would include all faith-based. We need to have all hands on deck. And this is where I think the starting point of this would be we as council and the Navajo Nation President and Vice President's office also have to show our Navajo society, our Navajo Nation, and our people that we are working together, that we are standing in union, in unison. So let's encourage and continue to work on that. And then these healing centers, I know that we have our very own Dr. Crystal Lee. I did mention this before. She is specifically looking for our Navajo folks who are in need who need help from substance abuse, alcohol, drugs, etc. And there's a center in Phoenix, Arizona, where they are taking people, and we have been pretty successful. Actually, this past weekend, they did open a new center in Las Vegas. And the reason why it's so hard to open a center on Navajo Nation is the bureaucratic red tape process that is in place. And that's why it's really hard for us to move forward and even creating these healing centers. One day soon, I will bring Dr. Lee, United Natives, and to LOC and Health Education Human Services. And it's probably better to bring them to Nabikiyeskit and talk about this very subject. And this is the other component. This has to be a multi-pronged approach from the behavioral health, not just the Navajo Nation Police Department, criminal investigators, and all public safety, but for our traditional healers, from our parents, from the schools, from multiple faith bases, and there's so much more we need to come together. The other thing that I noticed is during the CARES Act hardship assistance, I'm speaking, and I don't have to look very far. My own family, when notable bootleggers and their families and local drunks with the local revolving door, our people who are struggling with alcohol and drugs, when they received their checks, it was an all-out party. We did, this is no blame to leadership, but I think that we learned from the first CARES Act, and I know in about less than 30 minutes we'll be addressing the CARES Act 2 funding. Is this where we should introduce an amendment to say the notable bootleggers cannot get the hardship assistance too? The notable revolving door people who will use this on drugs, and even drug dealers that are using hardship assistance and public assistance. This would include food stamps assistance, other welfare checks. I know that as a nation, I don't think we can do that. It is almost inhumane, but their acts, every daily acts that they are displaying truly inhumane and no from their part as well, who are stealing, who are raping, murdering our own people. Our own people are doing this. How do we, so my chapters are constantly thinking of creative and innovative ways on how to combat this. So I'm glad that Delegate Eugene Sochananda, tell me when you drop it. I would love to co-sponsor and be in the round table on this discussion, also on Title 17. So I do believe, like the banishment of these habitual abusers who laugh in our face, and especially the people that they have harmed, the people they have murdered and killed. I'm saying this from a broken heart. I know that we are losing our people to alcoholism and drugs. During the pandemic, this also added another layer of trauma upon the trauma that they're already suffering. And then also, I can't just push our individuals who are suffering from substance abuse. There's a way that we can help them also. And I think the way to help them is to bring these individuals who know and who lived on the streets or who lived on the corners or in front of bashes, who are struggling. They know that some of them want a better life. Maybe they're the gatekeepers to help us. Obviously, with some of these clinicians they have not really lived on the streets, or they have not suffered the same traumas, these historical traumas. So who can we look to help and address these? And then this goes onto veterans. I know that our veterans have PTSD, and the United States government, I think this is where we need to push for beyond telemedicine, but to bring a veteran's mental health. I know a lot of our veterans are trying to go through therapy, receive help, but they are turning to alcohol and drugs, and also opioid addiction with some of their constant pain that they suffer from. But not only veterans, but our people. I think majority of our Navajo people are suffering from PTSD. And again, this goes back to the historical trauma that was inflicted by the United States government and the constant racism by the state, by the border towns as well. The other thing would be that I already mentioned, the retaliation. If we can stand together as leadership to allow the courts for organizations, for support group where intimidation does not continue. How can we show up for each other and for our people who are afraid of retaliation? I know here in Kayenta, when a young man's life was taken, when it was really obvious that other family members and their friends who are in gang, and when they were drinking and doing drugs, this happened. The mother herself attended multiple court sessions in Phoenix, and there she was threatened. She was told that these individuals know where she lived, and she could not get the help that she needed. And still to this day, imagine how many of our Navajo families are suffering from this retaliation from these individuals. And then this also, so when we just talk about alcohol and drugs, there's a whole issue of a slew of problems that come with it, including the trash that it creates on our beautiful Navajo Nation. We have so much trash that it creates everywhere. It is becoming a real problem for our future children as well. And then I do agree with Delegate Kialan Begay. We do need regular sweeps throughout the whole Navajo Nation. And I support and stand, and as 24th Navajo Nation Council, let's bring in more FBI, including federal marshals, including U.S. Army, including to help us. There is some part, a treaty responsibility as well, that we are on. Besides the pandemic, there's multiple pandemics that we see every day, and alcoholism, drug abuse, domestic violence is another pandemic that the Navajo Nation is suffering from. And this is where we need, as the 24th Navajo Nation Council, to call upon these federal agencies and also BIA to come in on our lands, give them the full right to do these sweeps, to look for these bootleggers and drug dealers and the habitual offenders, and that's where Title 17 will come into play as well. So, and then the other thing would be, I know I'll be attending Chilchimbito chapter meeting here soon, and we are talking about reclaiming our community initiative, where it's supporting local community watch. As you know, when we as citizens on the Navajo Nation, we are aware which one of our relatives are bootleggers, drug dealers, and beyond that, I think we turn a blind eye. We don't address it. We don't take pictures. And then there's also the part of intimidation. But if we can come together and with these community watch, the community watch can also show up in court, and then continue to meet up together on a regular basis and talk about how to help our individuals before we ban them. And I completely support in banning our Navajo people who are committing these heinous crimes, who are raping our young children, who are trafficking our young children. Our boys, girls, and our LGBTQ community are under assault on a daily basis. And then we cannot allow this to happen anymore. bedan in eta da chat o da do hatsa de gicha so nasi da hojot an da steta ila khait khalait adi no ka achachi bik eyel ke ashin kodon king ko hatni pesh ba sa an nation and so the zendo and isn't the hatni it's answer the hatizan e bit kwegi hojot da hande dikha hojot ka aliye hojon gizabe khanait hojot ehwin zini e kodo yes da kigi be kwa khanas shanant not lini adoshik e da sanat sangi da she the shnida you besh hanat hi nasi di on da ni cheta da no kodon ke da hasne nasi otlo jong ke da hanne nasi da do ko la da ne ke het in da dole adit ankel khojsho if the safety is compromised, is continue to be compromised on the Navajo Nation, will our people continue to move off the nation? Will we lose a majority? Will they take our kids off nation to go to school and in safer communities where they feel safe, where there is better infrastructure on public safety, where there's better infrastructure on housing, etc.? These are some of the real questions that is coming up. And yesterday, when I met with Dodi on the Nebazad, this is something that have come up with some medicine people and also academia research, that we do see some stark future that we're coming upon at the rate that we're going. So I look to my colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council and the president of the Navajo Nation and vice president and all of you to help us, to help each other. To help our Navajo Nation police and to help in creating these policies and to support these policies. When I did mention about banishment of these heinous crimes and heinous offenders at the Kanta chapter, one elderly woman did express her concern to me. Yes, I think it's at all hotas idole. Asha binshka asha that nishki. But the realization and the reality is that we are losing in this battle, and we need to make drastic movements like other tribes have been doing. Banishment, taking away, and then the other real thing is with some of these public assistance funding. I know that Navajo housing. I do have a list of the Navajo housing where bootleggers and drug dealers do live. And I think after this meeting and soon after, I'll continue to share that information and where these individuals should be removed from these housing immediately and then other housing initiatives. And it's time that we as Navajo need to say no more of this. So these are coming, a lot of the concerns that are coming from my communities and then throughout the Navajo Nation. And again, my final thought is please document and take pictures and videos and license plate number. And also the other big thing I just remembered was we all know where the bootleggers go. They go to towards Cortez, Eagle Claw. And I think this is where leadership, we need to write a letter to them and continue to put pressure on them to not sell to our Navajo people. Farmington, other areas where they are buying massive amounts of alcohol. Flagstaff, Bluff, Page, Phoenix, all these, especially the border towns that are nearby. I did write a letter to the Arizona Department of Public Safety and then also the U.S. Arizona Department of Liquor License. And I did. They have not responded to me, and from this meeting, I hope that we can put pressure at the state level to not allow these massive amount of purchases. We are trying to think creatively. The other thing was, do we allow drones to fly with cameras to fly over bootleggers' housing to collect data? I think it was mentioned to me that that's an infringement of their privacy. However, when we know that they're habitual, I think as a nation, as a sovereign nation, we should allow this also. And we will get resistance from public defenders, etc. But as lawmakers, let's stand together and let some of these happen before our nation gets worse and worse and worse to the point of no return. So ahun so hasito le to anos kokrebik ayat kigi njonia ajoshin khadicha ahun so dole ike.
Thank you, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. So we're going to go ahead and go back to the officials. We have Jacqueline Begay, who is currently on the line, who'd like to speak. Ms. Begay, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Doyat. Thank you for giving me the time. I'm just going to be very brief. I am the chapter secretary with Mini Farms chapter. And we as officials here, as you've heard from our Vice President, Altada, and Catherine Arthur, our President, and Roland So, our grazing rep, here at the local level, we do hear the heartaches. We see the tears from our people here. And it is true. And we are pleading with you as council delegates, as leaders of the Navajo Nation, President, we need to start doing something. Yes, we all are aware alcohol is a problem. We've been dealing it with hundreds of years. And it's always like, what are we going to do about it? But it's good to hear that there is, you guys are trying to do something about it. But me, as the rest of the other officials, we deal with it at the local level on a personal basis every day. Even now, even though through this pandemic, they call one another, and here, these bootleggers, meth dealers, I know, I work with veterans too. I just got a call from a veteran this morning saying he wants to come home. And here he's in a rehab center, in Phoenix. But my sister's missing me. So to have a rehab center here would be beneficial to our people. I've known people here in Mini Farms that have gone, that are at the rehab centers right now, that are wanting something close, because when they get there, they just that's what they say, because it's from a different culture. They don't know our culture. And I keep hearing, we need to use our teachings, and using this rehab center to have and use our teachings, try to help these people. It's both sides. The people who drink, just recently I got a call to help a family whose mother died. And then 3 weeks later, her son died, and it was due to alcohol. And the other two members are still remaining. They're and that's what these bootleggers and meth dealers do. They know when payday is coming. They go ahead and take the people's debit card. They take the food stamp cards. You can't use it, and then they give them more alcohol. And it's just not hard liquor. Like you said earlier, it's also hand sanitizers. It's also hairspray. It's also Lysol. And and I like the idea of leaders saying, let's get strict. Yeah, get strict. We need to do a little bit more strict with these rules. And when the Navajo police went, and several years ago, they did a sweep on and then people backed off, and then here they are again. I'm just pleading with you, all the program directors, people who have that insight of making these decisions. Do something. Make the rules, laws strict. Help each other, do that. Because in the meantime, we're losing people every day. Kids are born with FAS. Now we're seeing kids who are going to be born with meth. being addicted to that. And end up here, they're not at the same level as other kids their age. So let's not let our kids 50 years from now be talking about how to deal and what to do with alcoholism on the Navajo Nation. Let's somehow fix it now, do something about it now before we keep losing more people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jacqueline Begay from Miniform, Chapter Secretary, Lena, Chapter Secretary. I said, Madam Chair stepped out for a while. This is Vice Chair of the Law and Order Committee. Kodo relating to the information being provided, and Jacqueline, your statements are being recorded electronically. So out of this presentation, we will this public hearing, we will have staff go back through and write everything down and make sure that everything is recorded. With that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Bessie Allen from Minifor or from Pinion Chapter. Bessie, please, I'm going to go ahead and impose a time limit. And you have 5 minutes. It's now 1:56. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to speak. And Bessie, introduce yourself for the record. Bessie, you do have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Council Delegates, Law and Order Committee. Honorable Council Delegates, Shigaj, Mr. Henri Kayenta area there. Nido Shigaj, Honorable So, Nana Bessie Ellen, Eya Shiji, Nare, Big Ibahot, Son Opinion. Ade, I'm a chapter officer. Partners Nele, larger Shanaho Aho Kone. Shnan Nishisha. I'm glad many farms have really actively created this public forum. Although I learned a lot just listening to you most of today, how much you're putting out to work on this. So one of the things that I noticed, you mentioned revising Title 17 is really a big step. But there are other areas too. This is one of them, which is very good. Although you've seen us do public things in Pinion for many years too. The public facility, no. That's why we went through and we created our own design. Raise our own money for design. Although we created some non-profit organizations, taking our community back. We used to have the worst drugs in all these situations. We used to be in the Navajo Times or newspaper almost every week. We put a curve to it. Not only with the help of our local, but also from the county. Navajo County, I say, sure. That's the time you need to really get to the outside candidates. That's when we used to pressure them to really talk about these drugs and alcohol, everything you mentioned. A lot of the dealers went on to the penitentiary. They kept off the reservation. new ones are kind of coming up. There was a sweep began to, with the help of Sheriff Claus from Navajo County, still in our own police force, so the FBI's were there. So what I know what you're saying. I really went through that kind of. We all did, the community. So this nonprofit organization, we raise money to campaign against all these things in the community. That kind of curved a little bit. But the biggest thing is we're in a situation where federal, like that cause relocation, all these livestock reduction, what have you. There needs to be real rehabilitation done. The public safety, like you're saying, instead of putting somebody in jail, it should be a correctional and therapeutic type of facility. In the design, although we used to meet with the public health and the other county data, they're not just going to be in there. They're going to have to agree to going through the therapy, counseling. And then and there's also youth part attached to it. We're thinking about what you're saying. These are the ardent so we have to get well. We can't be sitting in jail. No. I was just earlier wiping my tears when somebody said, I think Mr. Honorable So, put it back in our heart and teach our children. That's what you said, and that I know that's where it is. They will survive. Will we always say we're resilient people. In our history, we were able to survive. This is one of them. We have a big challenge with all these social situations. Let's go and challenge it. One of the consuls, we need to be reunited. I think we need to do that. We need more volunteers. The recreational facility, so people don't want to volunteer. So, so that's one thing. At some other time, I think we can meet some more and discuss the reality, how to recreate a community. That might be a good idea. You're on the right track. You're really taking the bull by the hand. If we can all be supportive, and if you need help and you want something from us, we can do that from the communities. From many farms, you're taking the challenge. I appreciate that. We're still at it. With the federal law, relocation, that's even worse. People feeling helpless. Bakut sto bakut eko. Oh, you hit this is one of them, and I was just thinking the other one too, based upon our police. Why did we raise a tax by 2%, especially for the police law enforcement? Maybe judicial. Just from the outside, they have all these taxes in Danish. Even now, you law enforcement, but us is just looking at that 638. I think we can do other things. Or the highlight, and want to really thank all of you leaders, mini farm on up, for today's day. I'm glad I'm listening in on your conversation. Thank you very much. I think I went over my time, but thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, Shema, we didn't want to interrupt you. You did go over your time. It's always very difficult for me as a young woman to interrupt our elders when they're speaking. So I didn't want to tell you time is up. But yes, let's try to adhere to the 5-minute rule. Just really quickly, I wish we could show you what we have going on. We have a flipboard, one of those paper, the flip chart. We have, just so that you guys can see, or so you guys have an understanding, we have, using a red marker, we have the concerns that many farms has presented to this committee. We have bootlegging, alcohol and drug selling. We have elder harassment. We have retaliation. We have beating. We have theft. And then I also put in parentheses selling, because people are stealing and then they're selling. And then I also have no youth activity. And I have under that youth drugs and alcohol. So that is in red. In black, we have what Law and Order Committee can start working on. We have a budget increase for youth and also for more officers. Shema, I put in blue marker 2% tax to go towards law enforcement and social services. Thank you for bringing that idea up. We also have Law and Order Committee will also be working on Title 17. We'll be including the hate crimes, animal abuse, financial abuse of elders, and then the 3 strikes law to make it stringent for bootleggers and for people who are selling drugs on the Navajo Nation. Law and Order Committee will also work with Judicial Branch on the consent decree. Law and Order Committee will also work on the detox and the rehabilitation centers. We need the verbal okay in writing from the BIA. We also need funds for modification. We've selected a location, the Chinle Juvenile Detention Center. But with that, we also have the question of whether the 638 contract for juvenile detention will be affected and how we can work so that our youth don't, they don't suffer from the result of this detox and rehabilitation center. We also have Law and Order Committee will be working on the cross commission to get information from the state, county, and FBI as well. And in addition to that, reach out to the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding, how we can work together to assist us with the laws here on the Navajo Nation. The executive branch, we got a 3rd column for executive branch, and that's in blue. And we have one that the directors need to request for more funding. That funding is for officers, and I put under their stakeout because I think that the request from many farms chapters was to have officers, stake out these places so that they can get the evidence that they need to move forward against the bootleggers and the drug dealers. And then also for the directors to request for more funding for youth-oriented projects. Under that, we, Honorable Otto So had an idea, and he said maybe we could do mandatory funding within the laws to make it where they don't have to continue to come to budget. That some of these programs would be mandatorily funded. So we'd have to discuss a little bit more. So I have that in question mark. The other thing, number 2, from the executive branch is no more vetoing. That we need to work together, and that means that the president's office will have to work with us, and no more veto, but to also provide us some ideas that they may have to try to address these issues, because we have been talking about how we all need to work together. Within that, I have executive under chapters. We will probably need resolutions for support when we are going through, especially with the Title 17. That, again, is going to be a huge hurdle for us as delegates, because I think the question that we come down to is it punishment versus rehabilitation? And at this point, if there's no funding provided for rehabilitation, the only response that we can do at this time is to make the laws stricter. And that's what we're working on right now. So just as a recap of what we have on the flip chart and what we have taped on the wall here in Chinle as a means of reminding us. So as you guys are talking and coming up with ideas, we'll be writing those down. As Shema Eita, she already said the 2% tax increase. So now Law and Order Committee can look to the various taxes. I know we have the junk food tax, where 2% currently goes to fire department. It's 1%. 1% goes to the fire department. And I know Honorable Otto So has talked about increasing that to 2% and funding law enforcement. So that is an idea that we have written down. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the next person on the list, and that is Michael Henderson, the Director for the Criminal Investigations. Director Henderson? Second call for Director Henderson. Last and final call for Director Henderson. Director Henderson, if you're on the line, you do *6.
Am I online? Hello?
We can hear you. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
5 minutes.
Madam Chair, ado keksin tahagido ade Beshbahasa anda naiso tanigido da is nostagi. Tachi ni enshnido ma idishki ni bashishin ya. I just want to do a quick report, a quick rundown on from the criminal investigation perspective for the mini farms community. The crime trends that we're looking at from our perspective in the mini farms area is the aggravated assaults, and taking the time frames from an earlier period and the later period. Earlier period being around the months leading up to and after May 2009, that was mentioned in the resolution from the chapter when bootlegging raids occurred. And then the second period being around October 2020, again taken from the resolution and the dates when patrol was out there doing their visible policing for a 2-week period. the two periods when police presence were noticed out there in the mini farms area. So again, based on the population of mini farms and comparing it to one another, the early and later period, the rate trend in aggravated assault, we're looking at 41 per 100,000 inhabitants from the earlier period, and increasing to 123 per 100,000 inhabitants for the later period. So based on these analysis for the mini farms area, you can say that the increase, the rate increase to about a good 200% for the 12-month period, comparing it to the May 2009 and October 2020 periods in these aggravated assaults alone. So yeah, now you're looking at the at these aggravated assaults and the number of alcoholic beverages that were involved in these assaults. Then you have like on both periods, you have again a good number of alcohol consumption. You can come up to about 50% of the incidents were involved the consumption of alcoholic beverages. So when you compare these aggravated assaults and break it down to the number of domestic violence that are involved in these aggravated assaults in that community, you have like about a rate of 50% out of these aggravated assaults that were alcohol related and involving the domestic violence. So just a quick rundown as to what the community of mini farms is focusing on and our focus on it. So and then to real quickly go down to the some of the incidents, and like back in the raid that happened May of 2009, you had they were introduced and they were cited into the magistrates courts on the federal level over in Flagstaff. All these individuals were put on probation.
Went off. Okay.
So when they were put on probation, and to this day they are all off probation, and none of them really spent a day in jail. So these are all, when it comes to drug enforcement, arrest only is a deterrent. It's only a deterrent pretty much when it comes down to looking at the drug enforcement. So quickly, with the limited time, you have the arresting drug dealers. You have the other disruptive drug marketing techniques that we've been doing with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and with the help of the FBI. These are just some of the quick rundown of what I wanted to pass on to the community of mini farms. And earlier there was mention of a group that we're working on from the police department to create the PACE group, and this is pretty much to address areas of intelligence-led investigative work and potential warning potential buyers. We have some civil remedies that some of them have been discussed with home site leases, banding from the reservations, those kinds of civil remedies, and some of the ideas of seizing and forfeiting assets through IRS, and some of the when you start disrupting drug markets, you have the buyers need a place to go and need a place to get their fix. So in consideration, I think those have already been discussed with trying to establish adequate resources for to treat problem drug users. When we take the drugs and the alcohol away from them, they need a place where we can help them. So those kinds of things we have in plan from the police department, from public safety perspective, and to include some of the things that we're missing in the past, like hotlines where people can call in, and where they, I know we have a big preference of anonymity, and where people don't want to give their name or even where they live, and even want to be witnesses to these things. So some of the ideas of if vehicles are seen at a one of these bootlegging areas or drug dealing areas, if a vehicle is seen there, taking down some license plates, running their registration, mailing a postcard to the registered owner and telling them, hey, your vehicle's been seen here, and just giving them a heads up that, hey, we're looking at you, and if we see your vehicles there, numerous times, you're going to be visited, and by criminal investigators or the FBI to further
Thank you for that rundown, Mr. Henderson. I would like to request that the information that you provided to us today, that be put in writing so that we can share that with the many farms chapter officials, and also with the delegates who are currently on the Law and Order Committee, and also Delegate Kiel Begay as well. So we have that information for us. So with that, we also have on the line Mr. Alberto Peshlakai. Mr. Peshlakai, are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Peshlakai, you have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, Honorable Vice Chairman, so members of the Law and Order Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislative staff, and guests. Adon na inchlinigi a twitch in shlinkin ya ani a bachin nash ejet kapahi a dash chiaro twidik onje a dash naledo twoha ledo shada a twidik onge will ye a ada and yisina shado a shia ho a arodi the nepa woji go ha ho zojigi a aje shinan nish the nepa di be ye a ashklako isa ha ho zogi hulno de na kiko District 2 will yegi aja epiketez e Supervisor Peshlakai alto a dashijene. Madam Chairwoman, today's public forum provides an opportunity for myself on behalf of my constituents in District 2 and local chapter officials to bring to your attention the need of the Delcon Police District / police departments, which we were informed of, that has been downgraded to a police substation, and that the chapter communities under what was known as the Delcon Police District is now under the oversight of the Winderock Police District or / department. And so some of the questions that I'd like to pose or to bring to the committee's attention is who really manages or supervises and commands the Navajo Police Department, especially in regards to the Delcon Police District, daily, weekly, monthly, weekend, or on holidays, or when the troops need emotional support when crisis unexpectedly develops, such as a police shootings, like an incident that happened in my own community and at Indian Wells. In lieu of that, presently there was a former lieutenant, I believe his name was Lieutenant Butler, who was still overseeing the operations there at the Delcon Police District. Whose account and position is he under? And then it was also revealed that Lieutenant Butler was transferred to another unit elsewhere. And so in lieu of that as well, I received the information that Lieutenant Shirley, and I do apologize if I do pronounce her last name wrong, but Sinesia from Windrock Police District is overseeing the Delcon Police District. And so our question that I was hoping that Chief Francisco would be on the lines, that these questions that are being asked would also, that he would provide feedback. However, I'm requesting of the committee to see that these are answered. And then how often does this oversee this interim director, or not director, but lieutenant, comes out to the Southwest Navajo Nation? In the past, from 1985 to 2019, there was always a lieutenant readily on duty and available 24/7. And since his departure, we've had minimal communications from that police district to the local chapters, as well as far as response as it is across the Navajo Nation. And then also when is the Department of the Criminal Investigation Office to move out of the residential quarters at the Delcon Community School in Delcon, Arizona? And this program has been stuck in those quarters since 1985. And then also, in regards to what has been mentioned earlier too, in regards to fire department, there's no fire department in the Southwest Navajo Nation. There used to be one substation in Indian Wells, and then that had closed. And then from there, the fire personnel all posted up and operating out of the Twin Arrows Casino Public Safety Building in Twin Arrows, Arizona. And so I would just imagine that there's no fire and rescue team to support the Delcon Police District, as only Ganado Fire Department. Chief Woody has always responded on 24/7, even though that's outside into Navajo County. So our region, particularly the community of Delcon, is growing. And the present construction of the Delcon Medical Center, the staff quarters, as well as the future development of Delcon Justice Center, along with its developments by the local chapter community, are reasons for the reinstatement of the Delcon Police District / Department, than rather it being known as a substation. So if the reinstatement is not on the drawing board for the Chief of Police and his administration, I respectfully request that the Law and Order Committee prioritize the Delcon Justice Center construction, and that includes the Public Safety Building and Detention Facility and Department of Criminal Investigation, and perhaps the Office of the Prosecutor and Navajo Rangers Department as number one, as it is a project-ready facility that will be of great benefit to the region. It was a priority, however, it continues to be pushed further back, and it is still and it's not sitting well with a lot of our constituents within the Southwest Navajo community. And so Delcon Justice Center was started as a substation back in 1985 upon the request of the communities. And due to the increased violence and drug and alcohol abuse, the community withdrew land for this development. And years go by, and it's grown to be a district office. And so the size of the Judicial and Justice Center was determined by statistics and data that was collected by the Navajo Nation Department of Corrections and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So that a medium-sized complex is enough. And when built, we're also looking forward to working with counties such as Navajo County and Navajo inmates on local incarceration programs. Communities and leaderships are ready to work with the Navajo Nation Department of Corrections to establish programs that will provide workforce to local communities. As it is in our region, we have
we've given you a little bit more than 5 minutes. And then also, Mr. Peshbakai, just know that the Law and Order Committee spoke about the infrastructural needs of the communities yesterday. So that was part of the Law and Order Committee meeting, and I believe your council delegate was on the line at that time. So we did hear the infrastructure needs from your community. Today, we're focusing on the concerns outside of the infrastructure needs that communities are facing. So we do appreciate your comments at this time. I'll give you 1 minute to wrap up your comments.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And the reason why that I brought this up was because I believe it was back in 2018, there was a community listening session that was held across the Navajo Nation. And there was one that was scheduled at the Indian Wells Elementary School, and I believe that was canceled and that was never rescheduled. So we thought that we'd take this opportunity to be on public record in bringing this before the Law and Order Committee. In that aspect. So thank you very much, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee staff, honorable delegates, and guests both in person and on callers and listeners as well. And lastly, thank you to the Chinle chapter staff and the officials for requesting this public forum, and then continue to take care and stay safe. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Peshbakai. And just so everybody is aware, We do have 2 people who are monitoring the Facebook comments that are coming in. Nobody has had any questions, but you can post questions on the Facebook Navajo Nation Council page. We are looking out for that as well. So again, there hasn't really been any questions that have been presented to the Law and Order Committee. But at this time, just as a recap, the Law and Order Committee did have a committee meeting yesterday where we talked about the infrastructural needs of the communities, and that was provided, that amount and the information was provided to the Law and Order Committee. Today we are talking, Many Farms community did invite us to come out to hear the concerns that they have. And again, as a recap, they have talked about the bootlegging alcohol and drug selling that is happening within their community. They've talked about the elder harassment and the abuse that is happening within their community, the retaliation that's happening whenever elders or even family members report about what's happening within the family, whether it's bootlegging, whether it's drug selling, whether it's domestic violence or any type of abuse. They've also talked about the speeding that occurs within their community and the increase in theft that is happening. The chapter president shared with us the story about how even corn produce from the community is being taken and sold at along the road or sold to different people. And then they also shared with us that there is no youth activity, and they're concerned that with the no youth activity that will increase drugs and alcohol. So those are the concerns that we have at this time. And again, if you, I wish that we could show you what we have going on, but we basically are trying to come up with ways that we can try to address the issue. The Law and Order Committee did share with the Many Farms chapter officials what the Law and Order Committee can do, but this is a public forum, and we are ready to hear concerns from the public who are on the call. Shirlene, are there any other people who are wanting to speak?
I haven't received another message yet from any speakers.
Okay, so we haven't received any other text messages asking to speak. So with that, officers, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to, I'm sorry, Honorable Kialambige.
Just quickly, the other area of resource, all the resources, you got the policy, you got the funding. Now going back to the local level, we're indicating that Mini Farm had 3 different school systems. We've got a community school, we've got a public school, and then we've got the BIA school. How can they also help? What resource, what funding do they receive in combating a lot of these early detection of the youth or especially the high school students getting into these situations? Although NHA is another area, the lack of public facilities or recreational community. So how is NHA combating a lot of these social activities within the housing that they develop or into at the community? So as you know, NHA housing, a lot of the residents are not from that community. Usually we have a lot of our new people coming in, and then although I don't know, they may be a factor and get a lot of these activities going on because they may be the individuals that are helping or implementing these activities. Onsen, although at the congressional level, the You know that the Travel Law and Order Act, in 2010 and 2018, and I believe the Law and Order Act gives certain provisions for each tribe to implement these policies. Now, but it goes back to the question, okay, government, you're allowing us to do this. How can you help us increase a lot of these policy funding? Now, the other thing, maybe council, we need to look into and ask the BIA what data they use. Hadana data funding appropriate usually it's the 50 formula, meaning that how many registered and then among the chapters. So with this recent hardship, we know that the enrollment of Navajo swelled up to 400,000. There's a lot of feedback. Okay.
Oh, do you have your phone on? I'm sorry. No, I don't. Okay. But it's going on. It's got to be somebody. This is yours is off.
I think there's only, is it yours?
I think it's mine. Right.
There we go. It was you, Otto. Can you hear us, Lorraine?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yeah, that was Otto's phone that was on.
Okay, I think Otto didn't want to hear Honorable Kialan Begay.
Federal level, I think that's one area that the Navajo Nation needs to rescind the appropriation policy. If we have an increase, especially the new census, that's the other area that we need to utilize. How much increase had each of these community had grown per how much that they cover, the police officers on Lenigi, is it comparable to where they're being outnumbered and so on. So I think there's some areas, I think that as far as data, we need to look into talking with the Office of Justice Service, the Office of Tribal Justice. I think I'm not sure how much successful you were now that you're the Tibet Public Safety in talking with Tracy Toulouse. We've done so hard in the last session for him to make a report to the Interior Council. The Tribal Interior Budget Council, the Department of Justice at the federal level. Based on the resource, now, I already know the response on this police officer. If there was a push by, let's say, the delegates that, okay, if the program is not able to cover the area, so we were always considered or compared to another United States state, being the 27,000 square mile of coverage. Comparing to that state that we're being how many police officers do they have in that state compared to the Navajo Nation? If there was an effort by the council to say that, okay, there's going to be a direct patrol assignment permanently for each chapter. Don't need when how much of overall your operation will be disrupted. That's all. Yeah, because you've indicated that the amount of area that you cover with 3 shifts, right? On a daily basis, 3 shifts. Then maybe sometimes some of the officer may be off for a certain situation. Can you provide the Law and Order Committee or me and saying that, okay, if there was a policy or law to say that, okay, because from legal counties, those cities, each city like Holbrook, Winslow, they don't go into Flagstaff or anywhere else. Now, as a Navajo Nation, they got we just chapter boundary or chapter community assignment that's all yet, and that's how it's not being assigned. Like for example, mini farms and even Chinle. I mean, you guys are situated in Chinle. I think Chinle benefiting more than the communities like, for example, Low Mountain or Blue Gap or even Pinyao. We're just down the road, quite a mini farms. A direct assignment for each community. I mean, we're talking about there's 110 chapters and times 3. That's only almost about one police officer per shift. I don't know if that's feasible or something. I don't know. And that goes back for me for the question. Okay, 630 contract. They, you know this. I argued this on the council floor, brother. They got all 630 contract on hit that not the be long on hit that last minute other belongs of some peso at the end on this he didn't know. Then the council just approves it. Now, the next allocations of funding, and that's the reason why I tried to pass that legislation where you as a chair of the Law and Order Committee and so on, you have to be part and being at the table to say that that's where the actual negotiation should come in. Right now, DOJ, Mr. Cordell Shorty is the only one at the table, just said, well, that'd be sufficient. Let's approve it without major input, because you as an oversight committee, you hear directly from the program, the managers, the management at the district level. 630 contract has your policy, the development against George Edward. So anyway, you don't need to answer right away, and then I'm sure you don't need to answer on behalf of the administration. So that's why I'm sure I don't want to try to corner or get you guys in a situation to where as far as management. But I think that's what we should be pushing to resolve, at least start, because they got certain communities are without police officer at the moment right now, and we don't know what is going on over there. Of course, if there is a situation, of course, the response. Let's say if there's a call that came in from Blue Gap or Burnt Corn, you're talking about almost an hour drive into that community or into Black Mesa. But so anyway. I think that's where we need to start and continue to argue back to the funding appropriator at the federal level. I mean, with our legislatures, and Mr. I don't know who's the Albuquerque individual now.
Yeah, I think they changed it.
They changed now, yeah.
Yeah, we did officially, the Law and Order Committee did officially request for it's maybe like a directory just so you guys know, whenever there's a change, I'm sure you guys already know this, but whenever there's a change in administration, everybody, like the big wigs down the line, they all get changed out. And so right now, like we know, Mr. Addington is no longer with the BIA ODS. I think they said he got a promotion. So we have a new man, Jason O'Neill, who's with BIA ODS.
Oh.
Yeah, at the federal level. And he is a very important man because he is the one who basically is advocating at the BIA level for all of us within Indian country. And so we used to work with Charles Addington, but he's no longer there. Now we're working with Jason O'Neill, but that came because of the change in administration. And so what Delegate Kealan Begay is talking about is, you know, as much as people want to believe that we just go over there and we just request funding, that's not how it works. So whatever you hear about council delegates going to Washington, D.C., it goes back to that 638 contract, because the BIA is responsible for giving funding for our law enforcement. And so a big, as I think about, I don't want to say maybe about 80% of the funding for law enforcement comes out of the 638 contract. But the contracts are with the Navajo Nation. Now, what Honorable Kealan Begay is talking about with the 638 negotiation is we as delegates, we're not told when we can negotiate. So we don't get invited to the table to say, okay, our officers, we need 700 patrol officers, and you're only giving us funding for 120. We don't have that chance to say that. That is all controlled by the executive branch. They don't tell us as council delegates when we can go in and negotiate. Honorable Kealan Begay has said that so many times, Honorable Otto, so a lot of delegates have been saying it goes back to that 638 negotiation. That's where we as delegates can be most effective, because we can say, you know what, we don't have enough law enforcement officers, or we can say our officers are not making enough money. We need to fund them at the amount that the state is getting. But we are never invited to the table at that time. And that's where Honorable Kealan Begay is talking about, is we could address some of the issues that are happening here, you know, with like the budget here for more officers. We came up with this 2% tax for the Navajo Nation. We could do that here. But there's no communication. There's no communication coming. We are not told as delegates, okay, hey, we're going to negotiate the contract. Come on over. Tell us what the officers need. So tell us what criminal investigation needs. We don't hear that. By the time we learn about the 638 contract, that's when it comes through with the legislation saying, hey, you have to approve it. By that time, it's too late. We can't say, let's go back to the table, let's negotiate, let's give more to our officers. We're not given that chance. That's what Honorable Kealan Begay is talking about. If we could, this is one way that we could address the issue, is if we are invited to the table for the 638 negotiation, but we're not there. The decision to keep the funding where it's at is BIA always says, this is how much you're getting. And DOJ, Navajo Nation, Department of Justice just says, okay. OMB Director, Mr. Shorty, just says, okay, because they cannot negotiate with BIA. Who negotiates with BIA? The delegates. We negotiate with BIA. So in a way, BIA is basically telling the Navajo Nation, this is what you're going to get. If we are invited to the table, that's where we as delegates can say, nope, that's not what we're getting. This is what we need. And this is where we want to change this whole thing. But again, it's the communication between the executive branch to the committees and the council. We're not getting that communication. So that's where, in a way, by the time we start advocating for for these changes to happen in Washington, that's where they usually tell us, well, you guys missed your chance. You guys could have did it when you guys were negotiating your contract. So that's what we keep talking about when we say the 638 contract, we need to be at the table. We need to negotiate. We need to speak up for all of you so that we all can address these issues here.
Hello?
Just to
Hello, Mayor.
just to let you guys know, when you look at the public safety 638 contract, the patrol, the criminal investigation, and the detention facility and juvenile, you go back about maybe, I say 10 years, the funding allocation are all the same. And there's no increases or anything to be, and that discussion happens between two individuals and the executive branch. And when council goes on lobbying efforts to Washington, we really lobby on the public safety. And the one thing that's told us is that, oh, you have money in your 638 contract. And it really makes you think, what are they really utilizing it on? And so, those are those issues. And the population adjustment is something that we always stand on in Washington. And the population is something we push, but the smaller tribes say, no, we want equal distribution. That's something that we have to really fight with at the federal level. And it comes back to the local level here, that same thing. And I always say this at the council level. We as delegates, we go and lobby on population based, but we get back here and we throw all our lobbying for what we lobby on population based. We throw that out and say, oh, we need it here, we need it here. We need to look at the whole thing as a how can we evenly distribute the based off of the services, the needs. Go with that. But the 638 contract, what we are bound to, because once council approves it, that contract is in place for 5 years. And we're locked in for 5 years and we cannot change it.
And we just
Need to prove it, Delia.
because again, we were never invited. They never said, council, come on over, lobby for us, Navajo Nation. We were never invited. Instead, we were just given the legislation to say, here, you guys need to pass this. You have to pass it within 2 weeks or you guys are not going to get paid. That's basically what it comes down to. So what as delegates, what we have been trying to say is, if we can get to the table, there's a lot more that we could do. There's a heck of a lot more that we could do. So you guys are coming to us saying we need more bullets for firing. We need, new uniforms. We need new vehicles. We need new, new tires, wear and tear. We need, so you guys come to us and you say we need all of this stuff. You have three funding sources. You have your 638 contract, you have general funding, and you have your K account. And so what we have been looking at, the one thing I think that we don't teach about is the K account. And that's where you guys have millions of dollars in your K account. Law enforcement, technically, I think last time, 2019 budget, they had over 100 million in your K account.
Oh.
And what we're seeing is it's easier to use your 638 contracts and your general funds. It's easier to use those two because you don't have to really report on what you spend it on. You guys give us a budget summary and you say, this, if you give us this money, this is what we're going to spend it on. but we don't really ever come back to say, wait, you guys said you're gonna spend it on this, did you guys really spend it on that? We don't do that. But with your K accounts, those are like your grants from the federal government, where if you say you're gonna spend it on this, they are gonna come back and say, did you really spend it on that? And that's why you have a lot of programs that don't want to use their K account. And in fact, every 2 years, council receives from the OMB office a report on how much money gets sent back to the state, how much money gets sent back to the federal government. And that is never reported. And so we see on their PD, a lot of money gets sent back. We see, I think the judicial branch is probably the only one that rarely sends back money. But we get that report, and that report is never shared. It's never told to the chapters. And some of that money you could use for this. Community services, community law enforcement. I remember I asked that question. How much money do we get for community law enforcement? If I, as a community member, wanted to report somebody, you know, I would be taking on that responsibility of community law enforcement, right? You see it in cities. You see that community law enforcement. You see neighbors watching out for each other's homes. There's funding for that. And that kind of falls into this right now, but we're not told about it. The thing that council is always told is it falls back on like personnel. We don't have the personnel to track these grants and to report on them. We don't have that funding. So it kind of goes back in like a circular fashion. How do we budget to make, you know, to put in a position for somebody to do that? So I think at one time, somebody on council, I don't remember who it was, said, why don't we just, let's hire grant writers with this ARPA money. Let's hire, you know, grant administrators. Let's use our K accounts. Let's use, you know, the ARPA funds to do that. That's an idea that could be used. And it will help smaller communities with some of these projects. It'll help with sex. It'll help with, you know, the retaliation, the harassment, the bootlegging, because you have people in the community who could report these things that are happening and be considered as law enforcement. There's so many programs out there that we have brought and we have said, what about this, what about this, what about this, and it all goes back to our funding. But if you look at our funding, if we could be a part of this, we could help achieve some of those issues, the 638 contract. So does that make sense? How we're saying, let's all work together. And we're saying, you know, let's all as a community, as elected officials, let's all work together. But it's hard when you have like council begging, can we be at the table? We shouldn't be begging. They should tell us, okay, hey, now is your chance to go and negotiate for your law enforcement. Now is the chance to go and negotiate for detention. Go negotiate for criminal investigations, but we're not told that. So that's what we're at. And then when we ask about the K account, that becomes an issue because nobody wants to admit, oh, we got $100 billion sitting on our account and we're not doing anything with it. Nobody wants to admit that. So as delegates, we have a fiduciary responsibility to each and every one of you, regardless of whether you work for the Navajo Nation or you're a part of the community. We have a fiduciary responsibility because a part of our job is to legislate, and that means the budget. And we need to look at all of our resources, and we need to say, what about this? What about this? And it's bringing everybody together to say, okay, hey, NHA, how much money do you have for community presence? Hey, you know, your school resources, do you guys have funding to help? Maybe we can do match funding so you can have officers present in your school. And then maybe we can start increasing that way. But again, you know, it's very difficult because the only time that we hear is when there's something wrong. that's when we hear about what's wrong. And we go into this reactive mode and we say, okay, how can we fix it? So that's why I laid this all out right here so we can all see it, because I'm very visual. I have to see it. So I laid this out to show you that, okay, you know what? Red is what the issues are. Black is what Law and Order Committee can do and also what council can do. Blue, that falls on executive. And technically, chapters fall under executive, so that's why I put chapters. How can chapters help us through this process? They can pass resolutions for support. Maybe the chapters can pass resolutions to say, hey, President Nez, you need to let our council delegates know when the 630A contracts are being negotiated so that they can try to get us as much money as we need to provide services to the people that we represent. That's an idea. So that's why I put on here resolution for support from the chapters. We also have some ideas on this side. We have the junk food sales tax, because the idea is, you know what if we take a percentage and we put that into law enforcement and social services that maybe is going to help us with our detox and rehabilitation center over here when it comes to funding. So the other thing that we also, the 630A contract, and we have been asking about this. I think, how many trips did we take to DC as Law and Order Committee? Three before the pandemic. So one of the questions that we asked is, can 630A contract money be used for rehabilitation services? And we were told no, but we learned that one tribe is doing it. And so we said, okay, maybe we should go visit that tribe to see how do they do it? What are they doing? We want to see it. But that's when the pandemic hit. So we were not able to go out to that tribe in Arizona that has something set up like this, a rehab center. We were able to talk to them on the phone, and we were able to hear, you know, their ideas. But what they said is, come on down, let us show you what we're doing with our people. So that's what we're planning to do, but with the pandemic, it's very difficult. So that's kind of the rundown of the purpose of having this all up so that we can see. And like I said, I'm very visual. I used to be a professor, so I'm used to like pointing things out and using the whiteboard. So with
That's
that,
good.
you know, again, you know, we have that breakdown, and we have just, and again, and this is going to be something that you guys can hold us to. Take a picture of it. Take a picture of me and Delegate Otto So sitting up here and say, hey, remember on June 22nd, you came to Mini Farms and you said you guys were going to do this. Tell us where you're at. Update us. What have you gotten done? That's the purpose of seeing these things out. Otherwise, we're just talking about it and nothing is being done. So with that, are there any questions?
I got one.
Hello?
Like,
Hello?
I think that would be good because.
Oh, hold on. We have criminal investigator Simi Ona.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My question or my comment is just involving the U.S. Attorney's Office is good because if we're going to be doing bootlegging and charging them right now, Judge Fine in Flagstaff, she's not into doing stuff like that. So maybe if we can, maybe if you guys can meet with Judge Fine and the magistrate in Flagstaff and the U.S. Attorney's Office and talk to them what our intention of, maybe she'll be more into doing bootlegging cases from the reservation, because right now we were told that she's not really into doing bootlegging cases in a federal court. So.
Hello? Hold on.
Hello, this
Can I
is Joe
say
Dedman
something?
from the Patsy County Sheriff's Office.
Who is this again from the Apache County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am, this is Joe Dedman, Sheriff from Apache County.
Mr. Dedman, we're going to turn the floor over to Officer Emmett Yazzie, and then we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Call your mom on
Madam,
Chase phone.
Madam Chair, thank you again. Delegates, members of the audience, everybody who is listening. As to Honorable Begay's question about how many police officers is in West Virginia. In West Virginia, there's over 5,000 cops. So, of course, there's a population there that is huge compared to here on Navajo as well. It's state, county, local law enforcement, city, yes. Back to the Title 17, I think to give it some teeth, you need to recriminalize some of those that were taken away from us. Disorderly conduct is decriminalized. Public intoxication is decriminalized. I think there's 12. How many is decriminalized? About 12 that is decriminalized. One of them that is decriminalized and no longer in the books is resisting on a police officer. And so you can fight law enforcement and they don't get a charge when they resist or fight law enforcement. So I think that will go a long way in helping us fight crime. The other one that is happening is you guys talked about bringing outside law enforcement and making it more attractive. Yes, the pay increase immensely helps, but the benefits, we tried to push our retirement program right through, but it got shot down. It didn't happen. So if we can make the benefits program attractive, I think we will get a lot more attraction from Phoenix, Albuquerque, these other agencies, and increase the growth of our police officers here on Navajo. The other thing that we're having problems with is our housing. Housing is a huge factor because we do not have any safe houses for our police officers. The reason why a lot of these substations were taken away was our officers were being attacked at their home. We put an officer in Rock Point, and every night they broke his windows. They flattened, they slashed his tires. Even here at the local NHA, we had one of our police sergeants, somebody took a snake into her home and put it on the counter. So our officers need to have a safe place to have and to reside at, because everybody knows who our local cops are. Everybody knows that I'm a cop here in Chinle, or I live here in Chinle. So people are coming to my house all the time for assistance, and I'm willing to help. So I think good housing would go a long way for our law enforcement officers. The cross-commissioning program. We do have a cross-commissioning program. So we just did one right before the pandemic. We did about 35 officers from the county and from the state at Twin Arrows. We are going to do one here in Gallup for the state police, or Farmington for San Juan County. Chief Francisco is actively in communication with all the sheriffs, the chiefs from the surrounding agencies and communities. I think he's even having like bi-monthly meetings with all the chiefs and the sheriffs from our surrounding communities. So after we do the New Mexico side, then we're going to do the Utah side, as far as trying to cross-commission so we can all bring in law enforcement into Navajo to assist Navajo police as much as they can. So the other thing that I think Chief Francisco is doing a great job at is reinstituting the Navajo Police Academy. If you are not apprised of it, So the Navajo Police is the only Native law enforcement in the whole United States that has their own police academy. So we used to send them down to Tucson, Phoenix, Prescott, and our attrition rate was greater than 50%. So we are training our Navajo police here on Navajo. So a fundamental law bashnas tio, bashnas tio, hashita da hun zin, Kansas bahunson, da bashnan tin. It's a huge impact, I think, bringing back our law enforcement, bringing it back into our own communities. They have a structure of what and respect is. So, and I think that was a great opportunity for us. Now we have Oklahoma Indians. We actually recently had the Canadian Indian tribes over there reaching out to us, say, hey, I heard you guys are doing great things. How can we copy your academy curriculum? How can we copy some of the things that you are doing over there and that we can adopt? So I think overall for the department, I think we're doing some good things, but of course, some of the stumbling blocks is unfortunately always going to be there. The citation program, I think we need to not just only look at Title 17, I think we also need to look at Title 14. Right now, we have people that are driving around with vehicles with red lights in front, and they have like 40 lights out in front that's blinding everybody. And people are just getting away with these traffic laws. Mufflers that don't have no catalytic converters, dark tinted windows. I know we had a pursuit out in wheat fields, and the guys actually take their tail lights. So they run into the trees. We can't track them because their lights are all blacked out. So I think Title 14 needs to also be addressed, as well as the Elderly Protection Act and the Children's Code. So all of those things need to be addressed as far as a whole for the Navajo Nation. So I know we have a lot of work in front of us, a lot of work for law enforcement, but I think if we just bring everybody to the table that needs to come to the table and be involved in the community effort as far as solving some of these social ills that are affecting us here on Navajo. So let's see what else is on the board that I can answer.
Yeah, sure, man. Go for it.
It sounds like you got some positive encouragement going on there.
I think that's it. I think for the BIA funding to 638, I know that Chief Francisco gets involved in some of those negotiations, but maybe not at the same level that you guys are talking about. But I know we get funding over here. All of our law enforcement salaries are coming out from a 638 contract. But
is there anything that you can think of that maybe the chapters can help with?
One of the things that I think Tuba City is doing is that they're getting involved in our recruitment drives. So all the chapter and Tuba City is doing is they saying, hey, we're going to put this on Facebook. Here's the announcement. Here's how we can support you. Here's going to be a recruitment drive here on this day. And so their local leadership from Tuba City comes out, and they're there to support their local community members to try and sign on with the Navajo Police Department. So I think that was a positive thing. So if the local communities, not only delegates, but the chapter officials can get all involved in recruiting more police officers coming here to Navajo, that'll be great.
That and neighborhood watch. I mean, if we're going to feel the communities to get involved, And I think the communities can do neighborhood watch programs, and that would get the communities more involved with helping law enforcement.
With that, on that neighborhood watch, I just like to say that we need to look at the policy on that, because you have commission officers that how far can they go, their reporting mechanism, where should they report to, who is point contact public safety directly with them, so that something could be done, and a call could be taken.
That it was the responsibility of the volunteers to come, and we were just to start it to a certain point and teach them about the safety aspect of it. And when we actually launched it, there was no participants.
Well, if we can get the word out, we can certainly start working on that. I'm going to go ahead and recognize Sheriff Dedman, and then after that we'll go to grading official. So we still have so-and-so here. Sheriff Dedman, the floor is yours.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Ja, det är inte Annie. Så bäst bara så ändå kom. Det är not fine but now it does. The never to allow as large. Now the spot now is like I can't come. I don't know if I don't let never get off. Och det Johnny it ni ska be inte när det kan jag has ade. Shady Joseph Detman in Sierra Nazlinde is in Asha. Kenaz it is Johnson actually but she to the tree that she då är det signalen ko. Ita in the nation. I don't never to allow that one så ko. Läda she kan. Aden där she be det hasen ko. Hon är en handlare stå ko. Läda I be det ske. Katin då nog så kan she alia det ko. Ni now ni kan jag has ade. Då det skift då net och så nej slagi ben je ni har det jego. Den men igen säg ske. Asquid Sani, the KGK, hon är double spin das Nico. We do we trip and that we tell ni är Bahin då till large long. Hade jag och hot Shanatani ko ade hallegid adapt ko peso sa baneto in the nard nisdo till lounge ni do sa baneto då enda has det och kom bara det kles. Jeno kom by class it eller kom jag det är ni klart då att twinsen. Och det då så in cases så law hard but industries base of the honest in pin att jag negin latte. Så det ska kunna ha då negi där kom net och så nej saibe na ha då ni det då betre är honest in ko. خدولا هنا أنا أبقى نادي شوال ونسن شدو ناس شيء كشان دار شيء هو توجه نهلو إيه كده شان دار لشو هو نار خيدون بالكان دون أدنى تشان دار لشكو وسي بيدت إن لكم أنا جينا هو تين شو هو تش شنات أني هذا كودي أهورني إكيد نسناغو أصلاً لا يسيجيو بين ديل نشتي نهيت سلان زنيجي أكيد نسناغو أورنيجي يشدل زنو بس نزيجو هذا بس حسنا كون أيات بين ديل نشوا تا هذا لا سيورني في أكو نيكو دون زنو بيات أشتي كتخا شيء الكدون مشتغل يسن سفاه هذا أكو ديتا أدورني له نوزل شدو بدو بين كيس زيدو للأرض خجكم هذا كودو هذا نار صوصا نهيت شريتي كجت نت تو إن ده زي البيج شتاز تاجي خدوش عن هالشيء شيء ليس شيء دايلا كله. The last 2 years, na kina khida washna 95 arrests, drug arrests. Meth seized 32,200 grams, worth over 905,000. Marijuana seized 523 pounds, worth over 1.9 million. Fentanyl seized 12,034 micrograms, worth over 51,000. Cocaine seized 1.02 kilos, worth over 130,000. Total value of all drugs seized last 2 years worth over 3.2 million. Could lie? It was a nice idea. Those in fentanyl, they not anana, another oya nadi cre. What dina crib the hot sub kayate go you see, niche, which I could dig at Arjo Sheriff Yas silently his dog. The child is still ayat it or this not my quid or least. So what is and the better than not jaw. The child is still. I yes, teach Arjo, because I what eight or this is dog. 8 up a sunny long a big case, it's just sharing it in any gate. But it out a Adun the Adun Kayan has other partners and has other army. Oh, you which in the hoit a. For this, now kidding, I'm not a assassin. The twin arrows, the did now the Nebbits of Laugi other. He laid chance and hard me, bed or less. Could obey not a Mr. I didn't he caught doctor. Shaving up at the Snickodos and Netly, or the BIA or FBI in Carnical, where assassin lean, not kid us a link out. For it out a Netly. I caught. Should up he caught this was. Could she cannot keep the kitchen in it ish. Lab and nachis, you know, the shadid age. A cook, not leave it found out with or Atiki to aid could she bish sleep with the snow, but every son is like it asking if in the dealness. So it's a half snake, are they? Based on uncle, just because I don't get could but that's like equal. Just because article we thought they has split all this. I'd like to thank everybody that's listening today. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address some of the issues that we face in the Navajo Nation, whether it's drugs, alcohol, and domestic issues. So it is important that we all come together and focus on these issues and be able to address them through collaboration and working together through our interagency agreements that we have in place. So we need to get together and be able to address some of these issues for our Navajo Nation people. Again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Sheriff Dedman. Thank you for taking part in this conversation and for offering your assistance. We do appreciate that, and we look forward to another meeting with you so we can talk about how you can assist the Navajo Nation with our public safety concerns. So, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Many Farms Grazing official, Mr. So.
Three hours.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get the phone, guys.
Thank you. Okay. Can you hear me?
That's why. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. So just really quickly, as a recap, we are here in Chinle, and we have a whole wall dedicated to some of the things that need to be accomplished and the issues that are that have been discussed, and then more importantly, you know, what our marching orders are going to be. So we have many farms reporting bootlegging of alcohol and drug selling happening within their community, elder harassment where elders are not sleeping. We have families, and then also law enforcement, we just learned, are also experiencing retaliation. We have speeding that's going through the community. Theft is also happening, and these people are selling the things that they are stealing. Family members know about it, but it's not being reported. And the big thing that they're asking is that there needs to be more youth activity because there's a concern of youth getting involved in drugs and alcohol. Shima, is that pretty much the summary of everything that you guys reported?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Well, if there's anything that needs to be added, we can go ahead and add that. So Law and Order Committee has on our list of things to do. One is there is we do have to work on the budget increase. The budget increase would cover the youth activities, keeping our youth busy. That's also going to probably involve other committees and council as a whole, but they need more officers. So one of the recommendations is to do a 2% tax that would go directly to law enforcement and social services. They also are requesting for a pay increase, and then also to look at their retirement as a means of benefits, which technically kind of falls back into the officer recruitment, which falls under executive branch as well. So we have the pay increase, the benefits, and the housing. Just to be clear, that budget part of it falls within the executive branch because the directors are the ones that have to request for more funding, for more officers. They have to establish a stakeout program and youth-oriented type of activities. So that's kind of how we work together. Title 17 also needs to be revamped. We have the addition of the hate crime, addition of animal abuse, addition of financial abuse of elders. We have the addition of the 3 strikes law. And then we also have to look at the 12 charges that have been decriminalized. Is that correct? Okay, I see shaking heads. Okay, in addition to that, Law and Order Committee does also have to work with judicial branch on the consent decree. And then we also have to work with BIA and the executive branch on the detox and rehabilitation center. As a recap, BIA, OJS did verbally okay this happening, but we need it in writing. And this is for the Chinle Juvenile Detention Center, which will cover the central agency, but actually will cover the entire Navajo Nation. The funds need to be requested for modifying the Juvenile Detention Center, and we also have to look at whether the 638 contracts will be affected from the Juvenile Detention 638 contract funds. In addition to that, we also have Title 14 that also needs to be updated, and then the Children's Code, correct? Okay. Law and Order Committee also has to get more information on the cross-commissioning program. It has been reported that Chief Francisco has been working with other officers on the cross-commissioning program, but we also have to look at the U.S. Attorney and other judges in surrounding areas to also help assist with the issues that are happening here on the Navajo Nation. As far as the executive branch, again, the directors are responsible for requesting funds. Delegate Otto So recommended mandatory funding as a possibility, so that way, certain programs don't have to come before us at budget session to request the same things. We can just make it mandatory. From the executive branch, we do need to work with the president because we need no more vetoing. That needs to stop. Again, maybe this is something that the chapters can help us with a resolution for support, asking President Nez to work with council so that we can start cutting down on how many vetoing, he's doing. I did a report on Facebook. He technically is the president who has the most veto, and that was last year. So, and there's more that has been added. So we do need to work together. In addition to that, the big thing I think chapters can help us with is to pass a resolution asking that council be involved in the negotiation of the 638 contract. We just recently passed the 638 contract, so that's set in place for 5 years. So it won't affect the 24th Navajo Nation Council, but it will affect the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And again, that does affect officers because that's where your pay increases come. That's where your equipment comes into place. That's where we say to BIA, stop telling us what we need. We are going to tell you what we need, is basically the purpose of the negotiation involvement. Executive branch also needs to, in addition for their, as a means of supporting officer recruitment, the pay increase, the benefits. So we talked about retirement, maybe something that will lure in officers from other jurisdictions who retire, who want to come to the Navajo Nation because of our retirement as a means of benefits, and they also need housing. I think that the chapter, maybe could help, I don't know, with maybe locating housing within the communities. That may be something that you guys could look into, but we could also we have been trying to work with NHA, but I can tell you that we did receive a report, and after I'm done reporting, I'll look back into my notes. We did get information, I believe it was January 2nd, maybe January 3rd, that Crown Point is getting housing for law enforcement. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. That was reported to us by Mr. Addington at the time, and Mr. Jesse Delmar. We just, Law and Order Committee, we passed a directive letting CIA OJS know that Mr. Jesse Delmar is going to be leading that, and he identified Crown Point as the community that does need housing to reinforce their officers and to get more officers there. But the Navajo Nation did receive funding for that, for housing for that. So I guess that in a way we could also, council can also work to try to get that. I don't think that the 638 funds will cover that, but that certainly is something that we could try to negotiate. We don't know at this point because the 638 contract hasn't changed. I want to say maybe it's been about 20 years that the terms of that contract hasn't changed. So obviously that's where we run into with the negotiation is we need to be at the table. We need to say our officers need housing. We need to be able to say, our officers need a pay increase so that we can start advocating for officers. So that kind of falls in line with what the executive branch can assist us with. Chapters, again, resolution for support. And then the other idea is to have chapters be involved in recruitment. I believe Tuba City is the chapter that has been leading the efforts in this. We have Honorable Otto So smiling over there because he's happy to hear this. Involvement in recruitment. maybe Shema, many farms can look into how they can be involved in the recruitment, because I understand that when a person applies, I believe one of the questions that they get asked is, which community do you come from? So if you get if you get young people who sign up, and they say they want to stay in the many farms community, then you just added another officer to the area. The other idea is to have chapters look into a neighborhood watch program, and this all falls in line with how we can all help each other. So maybe we can get some more information on the neighborhood watch and how people get this established. I believe there was a Captain Yazi who said that they did try that at one time, but they didn't get any involvement from the community. So perhaps it was just not getting the word out there to say, we need community involvement for the neighborhood watch.
And I know at the end, the Veterans Association wanted to be involved.
Okay, so just so I don't think you guys heard. So NHA was the one who was trying to lead the efforts, but the veterans really wanted to be involved. And I don't know if you guys know this, but I did drop legislation almost a year ago to have, technically in the fundamental law, the Navajo Nation Code, there's 4 branches. So we have the 4th branch, which is basically our warrior branch. They're the people who protect the nation. And so I did drop legislation to have it's like a National Guard, but it's not to protect the Navajo Nation. It's to be recognized as a 4th branch who can help assist. So maybe that kind of falls in line, because we have a lot of veterans who want to help assist, and a lot of veterans who are out there, and a lot of veterans who actually apply to be police officers. And then the last thing for chapters is maybe reaching out to the nonprofit organizations and maybe applying for grants, and then also assisting with the grant administration. Because there are chapters that do work with nonprofit organizations. I know that as a council delegate, I work with 3 nonprofit organizations that help my community, but also help the Northern Agency as a whole too. I think other delegates do also work with nonprofit organizations. So that is an idea that chapters can maybe look into to see if that's something that is available to them, and especially when it comes to funding. As far as ideas, we have a 2% tax to go specifically to law enforcement and social services, and that's to cover obviously law enforcement, but the detox and rehabilitation centers. Then we also, and I put little question marks down here because that's something that we do have to look into. We know that there's a 2% junk food tax that does go to chapters. So we do have to probably look at that legislation, look at the formula. How does it go about? I believe it's between 6 to 8%. I think from what Delegate Otto was saying is that the cap is at 8%. So we have to look into this one specific. Officer Yazi? Alcohol sales tax. I know. Okay, so we also have to look at, can you, Shirlene, can you write down right here, citations, and then also alcohol sales tax. And the alcohol sales tax, just for clarification for those who are listening in via teleconference and on Facebook, the alcohol sales tax is from the casinos that are currently serving alcohol. And then the other idea is to look at school resources, whether they can help, I guess, maybe cover the cost for officers and their pay. NHA is another one, because we're talking about neighborhood watch, but we're also talking about, how can we, help with housing. There's also so many other things that I think NHA can help us with. Again, we have nonprofits, and then the other recommendation is looking at agency councils and whether these agency councils can establish committees within the agency to address some of these issues and some of these concerns as well. And then we get to the council. The council Right now, I do have Council 638 negotiation because we do need to be involved in that. And then Delegate Kialan Bigay also mentioned, trying to find out the funding formula from BIA, as he stated, with the Navajo Nation chapters are on the 50-50 formula, and that's how they determine how much money is coming down. The question is, how much money is BIA giving to the Navajo Nation based on what formula? I guess is really the question that we're facing. I can tell you, as chairwoman for Public Safety and Justice at the Tribal Interior Budget Council, we have asked for this funding formula so many times. I don't know. I think every trip that we have gone to Washington, D.C., we have asked for this funding formula because we want to know, how do you, BIA, determine how much Navajo Nation is going to get with these 638 contracts? Are we basing it on population? Are we basing it on land base? Are we basing it on, what are we basing this information on? BIA has not given us that information. We've had actually at the time he was Representative Ben Ray Lujan, who got involved in the conversation, as well as Senator Heinrich, and I believe Senator Sinema also has asked those questions. But we're basically trying to get this because this funding formula does affect your 638 contracts. So what we're trying to figure out is, are you basing the funding, how much Navajo is getting, based on officers, based on, statistics? What are we looking at? Because we want to make sure that that information is correct. So, Council, we can probably officially, through maybe legislation, ask the federal government for information regarding the federal formula and how we determine how much money is coming down to Navajo. So that's a recap of everything that we have here. Are there any other questions at this time? Yes. Are you an officer? Oh, I'm so sorry. Criminal investigator.
I'm an officer. Criminal investigator Cornelia Perry. Cornelia. On behalf of the police officers and criminal investigators, I was going to ask about the SLEC because I have cases where an officer gets assaulted, and if that officer does not have an SLEC, the charges, like for federal charges, they don't go through federal prosecution. And I heard you guys talking about BIA and Washington, D.C., and my supervisor tells me that we as the Navajo Nation does not have control over what BIA or how they do the SLEC portion of it. So maybe you guys can help us with getting all the officers and criminal investigators SLEC commissions. That was my only suggestion, comment.
Thank you for bringing that up. We have met with the BIA on the SLEC because we also had questions as well. We are aware that technically your 638 contract money is tied into your SLEC, is what we understand. And so that also, as you stated, it does affect an officer who gets hurt or, who, something were to happen to them. I guess in a lot of ways, that's what it falls down to. So we have been getting mixed information because there's some officers that are not SLEC. And so I don't know if the officers know that they're not, and if they're not, that they're not covered under certain benefits. I believe when we had the meeting, what was raised is, and knock on wood, but if an officer were to die in the line of duty and they were not SLEC, they would not receive the benefits of, I guess, an officer who is SLEC. So we have been trying to get information on this specifically because that is a requirement, as we found out, under the 638 contract. And so we, Law and Order Committee, became aware of it, I believe last year in 2020. In January of 2020, we did become aware of it because it was reported to us, that we need to find out what's going on. And so we are trying to get that information. Yeah, because it kind of works, both ways. BIA has to tell us, and then we have to, I guess, basically verify. So I guess now the question is going to be, we can turn it back to Chief Francisco to ask him how many of the officers are SLEC. And we do need to get information of which benefits don't apply. And then at the same time, it becomes a question of jurisdiction and violation of the law. Yeah.
That's my section, Special Law Enforcement Commission.
Okay.
So I head up the background investigations unit. So the federal government or the BIA does not say that, well, only half or a quarter of you will be granted SLEC. It's offered to everybody. But we have to go through an extensive background to earn that Special Law Enforcement Commission. Not everybody will receive a Special Law Enforcement Commission if there's something that is hindering their background investigation. If they didn't complete all the necessary training requirements, if they didn't fulfill their firearms training obligations, they will not receive Special Law Enforcement Commission. If they have certain misconduct in their history that they were grandfathered into now, they will not receive a Special Law Enforcement Commission. So it's a extensive background that a police officer has to go through. So technically what it does, a Special Law Enforcement Commission, what it does is you're a federal agent. Basically, that's what you are. So you're at the same level as a BIA officer or an FBI agent. So technically you can present your cases in federal court. You can write federal citations and present them to the magistrate or to federal court setting. So that's what the Special Law Enforcement Commission card does for you. And a lot of this is on the individual officer. So when we doing a background investigation, we'll ask them, hey, you need to turn in your firearms record. And they have to turn it in for us. Hey, you need to do your 40 hours training from last year. You need to submit that. And it's a 15-page application process. So it is an extensive background that gets submitted to the BIA. The BIA reviews it. They help us adjudicate that folder. And then it gets submitted to Albuquerque office. And then there's a final review that happens. And then they say, all right, this person's background is completed, it's done. It's adjudicated to say that they are in good standing, they have a favorable background. Then they receive a Special Law Enforcement Commission card. So that is how the process works. We don't just issue these cards out. So they do have to go through a background because, again, it's a federal certification, federal level of commission that they're receiving. Plus the training. You have to go through 24 hours of jurisdictional training.
So with that, we have had those discussions because it was brought to our attention. So usually this is how it works, is we'll go to DC and we'll advocate. And we'll say, hey, our officers need more money, or hey, we need more equipment. And usually what oftentimes happens is we'll get BIA to say, well, wait a minute, didn't you guys just return like $30 million last month? Or they'll say, oh, hey, you guys are still under audit. Like for 10 years, you guys have been under audit. Or they'll say, wait, you guys weren't there to negotiate the 638 contract. So we get a lot of flack when we go there to request funding. And so nevertheless, we do try to go, we do try to advocate regardless. So with the 638 contracts, I know we did ask, can we be involved in the negotiation process? BIA said, sure, yeah, we'll tell you, but we never got the invitation. Nor were we told from the executive branch, from DOJ, or from OMB that, hey, we're going through the negotiation process now, you guys might want to get involved. And then the other thing that they also tend to do is point out some of the issues that are happening. So SLEC, oh, hey, I didn't know that you guys have officers that are not SLEC, so that kind of comes up. And that's when we're like, okay, tell us what we need to do to correct the issue. Tell us what we can do as delegates, do we need to pass legislation? Do we need to, what can we do to address the issue? So that's kind of what we get. So, we are trying, and we try, we strategize before we head out to DC, at least Law and Order Committee does. We have strategy sessions where we say, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to present. We need data, we need this, so we start reaching out to Executive Director Delmar, we start reaching out to Chief Justice Jane. Sometimes they'll say, hey, we'll go along with you, but, let's put together a pamphlet. So we do have pamphlets that the Law and Order Committee does prepare, along with folders of information showing statistics within the community of, what we're looking at with law enforcement. So we don't just go out there empty-handed, and we don't go out there unprepared. As chair, I really make sure that we go out there prepared. So we do hand those out during the, when we go out to visit. And again, oftentimes, we are met with resistance from BIA, but we also get support from our senators and our representatives. And that's where we inform them, hey, we met with BIA, we told them this, they said this, and that's when they usually get involved in the process. So then in a way, they're the oversight of the BIA. So the way that you guys come to us with concerns from coming to council is the same way that we go to our federal delegation with the concerns that we have. That BIA is not fulfilling the promises that they made, not only to the Navajo Nation, but to Indian country as a whole. So that's kind of where we're at. And again, I really hope that this visual really helps with, what we have to do, and then also, where we need assistance, so that we're all on the same page. Do we have anybody who has any questions? We did get a question. I'm sorry, Shema, hold on. So we did get a question on Facebook asking, how does this all work with checkerboard? I think that is a completely separate issue that we do probably have to spend a lot more time, because it does involve the cross commission. It involves, so much, I guess, that's not really talked about here, because we have BLM, we have here in Arizona, we have the Hopi land, area. We have to look at the checkerboard area. So I guess at this point, we don't have we haven't talked very much about the checkerboard and what issues checkerboard presents to the Navajo Nation. So I apologize for the person who's listening in on Facebook. Perhaps the Eastern Agency, maybe one of the chapters, can invite us out, the Law and Order Committee, and we can have a special meeting regarding, law enforcement, public safety, and checkerboard areas. So with that,
I think as far as checkerboard, as far as checkerboard is concerned, I don't think there's really an issue with the law enforcement side. I think it becomes an issue during prosecution. Law enforcement are very supportive of one another. So let's take a lot of checkerboard areas over in the Mexico side, Crown Point, Gallup, Pine Dale, all that area right there at Gamerco. There's a lot of checkerboard area. So Gallup or McKinley County Sheriffs, they don't say, well, there's a crime being committed. Well, let's find out if it's Navajo or state or BLM. Law enforcement, either way, will respond. And so once they provide assistance, they detain or make arrests, then we'll figure out whose sector that is. Then we present it to the proper courts of authority. Either goes to Gallup, to state, to Navajo on our side.
So I think that's where some of the political stuff kind of plays out in the court system. But on the law enforcement, as far as response is concerned, they will respond. You know, I don't think there's no hesitancy as far as law enforcement is concerned. Same with Arizona DPS. You know, Arizona DPS, hey, there's a crash. They don't say it's on Navajo, we're not going to go. They'll just go and they'll provide assistance. And we're the same on our end.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some of the things that I have listed, but you've already listed over there. I'll just go over again. The first thing I had listed here as far as presentation was consent decree. Yeah. What's the cops going to do? I'll be out the next day. So AD, don't show it. Consent decree. Pull it out, you know. So and let's go and do something. Federal cases, I had that listed too, which Judge Fine did it. If Judge Fine would agree to take our cases again, I was really looking forward to the sweep that happened way back in, what did they say, 2009? At that time, the judge, I think it was Judge Bedoni that was on the bench in Chinle at that time. So he pushed it through. So if that would be reactivated, talk to him, and because it is a crime after all, you know, so all this stuff that is happening. I had it listed. And I put it in the chapter resolution somewhere, one of the many resolutions that the chapter has done. Court order rehabilitation. I know that it goes with the whole, what is this? I have a right for this and all that whatnot. Yeah. If you, let's say you're a federal case and you went for this rehab, report to the court and report to us at the community. What is your progression? What are you doing? And that 3 strike laws. It looks like you're going to be taking away a lot of rights for permitting and that kind of thing. Why not this one? Only so at this time. How do they come to realization what they're doing is wrong? It's a crime. And they're disruptive, they're dangerous. That was my concern of putting it in there. And one of the things I was going to ask for was another sweep of our community, stakeouts and that kind of law. I'm not sure if you're limited. I understand somebody was saying that drug enforcement unit is not back in order, and is it active in our area? That's what I came here. Ask for that and see if our request would be honored again at this time. You know, some kind of a presence that we need to do that the sellers as well as users, you know, so, after that one, a couple more things, or 3 more things came up, Madam Chair. Why can't we renegotiate 638 contracts? I'd rather have the 24th Council do so than the 25th. I don't know who's going to end up on the 25th. It looks like you got a pretty good hold on it, and you've been asking, and we're willing to help you with chapter resolutions, you know, to ask the president to reopen this thing. I mean, we're in a crime situation. This is my money, this is my contract with you, and so, you know, so here, just sign it. You know, that's not right. You know, so all these requests that we have into the funding sources, we need to reopen that one and put in what you're voicing here that needs to be in there, what the office are voicing. We need it here. Let's reopen that one. At least we from the community will ask. I know our honorable delegate Kellen is pretty good about communication. I'm not saying that you aren't. Ties in with the Congress people as well as the senators and what have you. You know, so Hashi Doni, BIA is going to have to listen to us. Otherwise, have him come back and be a part of the Navajo police as a BIA law enforcement officer out here, actually being on the field and doing so. On let in this country, here's the base of other, you know, so this all he did. But you know, when are they going to come back and help stand beside this criminal investigator and do so? We need officers, you know, to carry this out. Onsen, oh yeah. My temperature rises, you know. I don't the K count by inch. By the way, okay, with David Charles is there. As you just now did. Thomas Charles's kids, my sisters, you know. So for you, from John. You all were very little when we lived in Farmington. When I lived in Farmington, and your dad used to come over and bring you all, but you don't remember me at all. So, but that's fine. I'm good with that one. So, you know, so either way it works. But our dads are brothers, you know, so half brothers at that even now. Anyhow, back to Telecom. I entirely agree with I thought he's an honorable delegate, Roland So. He served out the term of our speaker name portion. Okay. He based on the like he said, he's been in the community as a grazing official that long, you know. So it is on this K-Con, we do have that nonprofit organization. I really want to see if we can get into it for the police department, if we can be of help at the community, you know. So use some of them instead of sending this money back. So the law and order committee in Washington don't get labeled with just sending money back. I am against sending money back each and every time, regardless of who you are. You know, so which organization? Social services, they need money for this thing. For behavioral health, not need ya. IHS, they need behavioral health, they need it. There's an tribal organization, they also need the help. Come on, everybody get together and work together and hit the knee. Each one of these, we would be using it too. I don't know, we could try and fit in a police officer at our community. Each community you don't need it. And finally, I was thinking, why not ask directly the FBI agency, all these law enforcement agencies, the drug and firearm and that agency? Couldn't we tap in directly to that program and come back instead of always going to the BIA? We are citizens of the federal government as well. Go directly to that agency and see if they can. What kind of money do they have set aside for ordinary citizens instead of putting a feather on it and call it BIA, Indian agency? This is Indian money. We are citizens. I certainly do appreciate you all coming out and listening to us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hi. Hello, this is Bessie Allen. May I say something shortly?
Yes, Miss Allen, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Ziggy, thank you. She hit it all in the right spots. I was just thinking similar. Maybe we can organize like I was saying, we have a nonprofit at the community also. Maybe the Mini Farm and Pinion could get together and we could organize a public campaign and get resolution, make all kinds of noise from the communities and say to the president, okay, we have these situations at our local level. We have all these situations where we don't have police, not enough police, not enough of this and that. Now you have the authority to renegotiate. They have attorneys. You know, I'm familiar with 638 in public Indian Health Service and BIA. You can go in at any time with an attorney to amend your 638 contract. It's not tied to whatever years that you sign it for. You can go back in and say, hey, this is not negotiated properly, or our needs are heavier than what we thought with new statistics. So I feel like that our tribe needs to have a separate attorney for public safety based on the needs that we are expressing, the communities are expressing. Why don't we go at it like that? We outside, we can help you with resolution or whatever campaign needs to happen at the community levels. Help you get that going so a lot of people could raise their voice and say, okay, and then march into, or not if we need to march, I guess that could happen, into the president's office and say, hey, you need to change this whole thing like this according to the shortage of the police officers, the needs that we have at the community with all these here. So why don't you get 2 attorneys on this case and go request for amendment to this 638 contract? Would that help? I'm just sitting here feeling helpless and thinking, okay, what can we do? What do you think, Kathy? So, thank you. Big job, I realize that.
Yeah, Shema Smith, Alan, and thank you for presenting that information. I think at one time we did ask if we could amend the 638 contract, but in all honesty, I don't remember if that question was ever answered. So we can certainly go back and we can ask that question again, because I think what you're saying, you know, that circumstances have changed, and as a result of that, that should be justification to go back in and amend the contract. So we can look into that as a committee to see if that's something that is possible, and hopefully provide an answer to Honorable Kealan Begay and also Many Farms chapter here to share with them the information that we do receive. But thank you for that suggestion. And then as far as feeling helpless, I don't want you to feel helpless. I think that this is a joint effort. We have PD in the room. We have criminal investigations. We have our elected officials who are all here in the room, trying to brainstorm on how we can help each other to address this issue happening not only in the Many Farms community, but all of the communities on the Navajo Nation. So please don't feel helpless. You are contributing with providing ideas that we should look into and get answers for. So with that, are there any other questions? Officer Yazzie? Is it officer? Is that your title? Captain. I'm so sorry. Captain Yazzie. Oh my gosh. That's like calling it a delegate another title. I'm so sorry, Captain Yazzie. Yeah, Captain Yazzie,
Miss Arthur. Ada Asha Hunson. Shaja Call Yazzie Jr. My dad was actually a delegate when he passed away. He served the Chinle Council. So him and I go a long ways back. We planted so many farms. We baled hay. We planted hay. We've been to every community
probably hear all the way out to Pinion, to Salina. We learned how to operate tractors well under Mr. Zamudio. And so it's good to have family here in the audience. Back to the question about, I know one of the delegates said that maybe we should legalize alcohol. I really hate to agree with that because I've seen it firsthand. I've served in the military. So in Khadiada and to Itlapa News and later the next John Bishop Lao he can't but me. I don't know each. So in Khadiada, we don't know how to handle it. So Bahani and Ishin, I would really discourage that. Although your phone number that however small I can help assist Ms. Arthur, your community, the Chinle community, however small I can help. I'm only going to be a call away, and I can be a direct liaison to Chief Francisco and also to Chief Noon. And well, I'll share offline, so everybody everybody's pointing at me. You're on Facebook, and so yeah, I'll share it offline. But I just wanted to add that a little bit. That's who I am. I am a local boy. I grew up here in Chinle. Right after high school, I joined the military and came back here, and I'm still serving my community. So thank you for the opportunity for everybody for coming here. And I think we made some definite progress. There's some strong-minded people here, some very intelligent people, and I think we can make this work and bring back our safe communities. So thank you.
Wow. Thank you for that, Captain Yazzie. And again, I do apologize for not properly addressing you and calling you officer.
So again, I apologize. So with that, Shirlene, do we have any people who have any other questions? Do we have anybody on Facebook who has any questions? Okay, do we have any other questions from anybody here in this room? So what I'm going to do, oh, I'm sorry, who's that?
Kiawan.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you, everyone. Shema, Law and Order Committee, and then everyone on the Law and Order Committee. Shanadato, Mr. So, Police Officer, yeah, thank you very much for being there. We support you, and we are always in support of the public safety. Mr. Yazzie, everyone else in the commanding title, yeah, the Chile District. My chapter officials, so yeah, President, Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, and other the grading official. Yeah, so our chapter coordinator. Again, Colin from Pinion. So thank you very much. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Yeah, safe travels as you head out and as you're on the road. Safe travels, and but I'll be sending you an email tonight, so just be looking out for that. Okay, so with that, since there are no other questions posed from people who are listening in, there's no other questions posed on Facebook. We don't have anybody here in the room who has any other questions. So with that, I think we are pretty much done with this public forum. I will, what I will do, Shema, is we will certainly, through Delegate Kialan Bigay, keep you guys informed about what's happening. But I would recommend, if you do have a chance as officers and as elected officials, listen into the budget sessions. You are going to learn a lot about the budget. Most people don't know about the budget process, And, but let me just explain to you, what happens is your director, Mr. Jesse Delmar, will come before the Law and Order Committee, usually with your criminal investigator director, Mr. Henderson, and Chief Francisco, and also Dolores Gray Eyes, because they're the top three within the Division of Public Safety. They present to us a budget, and within that budget, it'll be like a breakdown, what we call a budget summary. So they'll say, okay, we need $30,000 for snacks. Yes, that is true. You guys do get snack money, because when you guys have to go out for searching for people, that's where you get your water from. Or in situations where you have to go out and you're out, for long periods of time, that's where you get the food that's coming through. So what happens is each district within public safety submits their budget. So for instance, you here at Chinle will submit your budget, and you're going to say, this is what we need from general funds. It doesn't have anything to do with 638 contracts. So we're not going to see in there, money salary. We usually don't see that. Sometimes if it is salary, it's usually for staff that's not covered under 638. But you will see equipment costs. You'll see gas money costs, because you guys get funding for your gas. You'll get funding for your maintenance. You get funding. It's a breakdown of the summary. Once that gets submitted to us, the Law and Order Committee then, as every committee, will ask questions, because sometimes you will get people who will sneak in things and say, we want parade money. So we say, nope, you're not getting parade money. We're going to scratch that one off, and we're going to redo the budget. So that does happen. And so sometimes we look at furniture costs is another one. We look at, we scrutinize, and we say, okay, does your department really need furniture? And sometimes people will come back and say, yeah, when the last time we got furniture from the 1960s that's still sitting in our office. We got computers, with the big gateway computers that are still sitting in our office. We don't have laptops, so we hear that. So what we do as a committee is we look at that summary and we approve it. And that's where you're going to have a breakdown. You're going to see your breakdown of your 638 money, your K account, and then your general fund request. That's where you have an idea of exactly how much money law enforcement is getting. And then that's what we look at, and we'll say, okay, well, you guys get this much from 638, but you guys need additional funds for these. So we break it down, and then we'll ask questions about the K account. Okay, hey, you guys have this much money in your K account. What are you guys doing to spend that money down? So we'll ask these questions, but your budget is very, very important, because that's where your director speaks on your behalf to say, this is what our officers need. And then that's where we, as a committee, we look at it, we approve it. Sometimes we won't approve it, and we'll send it back, and we'll say, hey, we want this one removed, or we'll say, hey, you guys need more money in this area. Go back and ask for more. And then we invite them to come back. They present it to us. If they're okay, it goes on to budget and finance. Budget and finance does the same thing. They'll break it down, and they'll say, okay, you don't need money here. You need more money here. Once it goes through budget and finance, by the time it gets to council, it's basically just the cost. It's really simple, but your budget at the committee level is where you get your information. That's where everything is broken down. So it's very important, especially chapters, to listen in, to hear, what is happening, because then you get an idea. Because Chinle, which covers many farms, is going to be within that budget. And they, on the record, they will say, Chinle is asking for this, many farms is asking, Tuba City is asking for this, Shiprock's asking for this. They'll break it down. So that's where you guys, can be involved in that process. During this process, we often get people who come to us to say, whoa, they forgot to include this. So for instance, last year, there was no money made available for dispatch for their uniforms, but we included that in their budget. So they were covered for their uniforms. So things like that, you know, and it's just human error. Sometimes we'll forget to add something. That's where you guys pay attention and you guys, you know, say, hey, you forgot this. So the budget session, I'm going to recommend that all of you listen in as much as you can to the budget session so you guys have an idea of what your director is presenting during that time and how much money they are requesting. And then you can, at that point, if you feel like they're not requesting enough, you know, that's where we will ask questions about, you know, did you consider this? So Shema, that's very important because if you're looking at, you know, people staking out the community and there's no funding available there, that's when you say, whoa, 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 how come that's not included in the budget? You guys said that there was going to be money included, that we're going to have an officer available. I want to know where that's at. So that's where you can start asking questions. So in addition to that, I will say that that the Law and Order Committee, again, will provide updates as much as we can. We usually provide updates through a committee meeting, but we do have 3 LDAs, Delegate Keelan Begay, I have my LDA here, and Delegate Eugene So's LDA is on the line, and we will make sure that they provide information to the community so that you guys have an understanding of what's going on and that you guys know, you know, what's happening, and that's part of our reporting to the chapters. So with that, again, there's no other questions. There's no other comments. Oh, I'm sorry, Captain Yazi.
Trying to restart that. Maybe you can reach out to him and see what his progress is.
Okay. There's people also asking. So just as a recap, yesterday, the Law and Order Committee did have our regular meeting. Sorry, I got fries in my mouth, so I apologize. We did have a committee meeting, and we discussed with Chief Justice Joanne Jane and Executive Director Jesse Delmar. We talked about infrastructural needs for public safety. So we all know, we all heard the story, Shiprock Police Department, and you know, they're shut down completely. The detention center, 100% shut down. Window Rock is in the same boat. So right now, BIA is aware that these 2 communities do not have police departments. So BIA has added both those departments as a need to be replaced. However, BIA works at a very snail pace. So what with the meeting yesterday, what we had was so that Director Delmar and that can share with us which police departments need to be built, which need to be replaced. In addition to that, Chief Justice Jane did the same thing with the courts. So what you're seeing with this complex here, the Chinle Justice Complex, is similar to what Shiprock is asking and what Window Rock is asking. But in addition to that, there are substations being requested. In January of 2020, the council had a work session. At that work session, there were all of these facilities and communities that came out and said, hey, we need police presence in our community. What can we do so that we can include that? Because I dropped legislation to request for money for the Shiprock complex. But what happened was when we were going through the process, other delegates jumped on board and said, hey, I want to add this much money so that we get a complex. Oh, I want to add this much money so we get a complex. So what council did was they said, okay, we're going to send this legislation back for a work session. We're going to have a work session to include the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council, and each council delegate is going to have to share which community needs substations, which community needs, you know, public safety, I guess, facilities. So we had that meeting. We came up with a list. Yesterday we had our meeting, and we brought that list down. So now there are 16 facilities that have been identified. The 16 facilities by Department of Public Safety are well, we have Judicial Complex or the Justice Complex. We have two, Shiprock and Winter Rock. The smaller substations, I'm sure you guys have gone to Twin Arrows, that you guys have seen that facility there, right? So that facility costs $4.5 million to build. So what we said is that's actually doable. We can build that, and it's scaled to fit, meaning you can make changes. And on top of that, the Navajo Nation owns the blueprint. So in January of 2020, it was decided that we should probably use those blueprints since we already own them, and let's get these substations done. So because of the pandemic, the cost of these buildings have gone up to $7.3 million, which is actually a little bit, it's not as bad because some communities have presented, $12 million facilities, and we're like, no, that's way too much for a substation. So the 7.3 right now is what we're looking at. So these are the places that have been identified. So Cleanza is a new judicial facility because they already have a detention center and a police department. And then there is also Chinle that needs a public safety training facility. So that is on the list. And it has been identified as a construction-ready project. That means if we give them money today, they'll be ready to build tomorrow. So that's the other question that we've been asking is which of these facilities are construction ready? Because there are some communities that have not even done the land withdrawal. And the land withdrawal takes 6 months to 2 years to complete. And we're on a timeline with this ARPA money. So as a committee, we're asking those tough questions. As much as we hate to say, yeah, you know what, your community shouldn't get anything, we have to make sure everybody's prepared. So the facility here in Chinle, the training facility, is on the list. We also have Delcon, that is on the list for the public safety and the correctional facility because they already have a court. We have Dislogene, I guess that's Pinyon, that will be getting a command center. So 16 communities have been identified to receive $7.3 million for these command centers. And that's all they're getting. But again, it's still going through the process. We've had 3 meetings so far with Law and Order Committee, and we're getting ready to drop legislation. And our plan is to get legislation dropped by July 13th. That's the plan. So we also have RAMA, that's also on the list. RAMA is asking for a judicial facility, but they also need police presence. So I think they're also going to be getting a substation as well as Annis, Alamo, Pueblo Pintada, Pohajale, Kaibito, Cameron, Loop, and Tuba City is looking for a fire department and an EMS facility. So all of this was put together by Jesse Delmar and Chief Justice Joanne James. They went out, they're doing their homework, and they're making sure that, everything is ready to go. So by the time it gets to Law and Order Committee and we drop that legislation, those tough questions that delegates are going to be asking, like, is it ready? Is land withdrawn? What about right-of-way? Can electricity be provided to that, to that area? We'll be able to answer all of those questions, and hopefully the legislation will go through smoothly. So that's how we are preparing for the facility needs of the Navajo Nation when we're talking about public safety. So to answer the question that was posed on Facebook, yes, there is going to be a substation there in Delcon. So hopefully that does bring some relief to chapter officials and to the community as well. And again, Chief Justice Joanne James and Executive or Director, Division Director Jesse Delmar are the two who came together, and they're saying, we had a meeting, we came up with this list here. Now we want you guys to sponsor this legislation to get us ARPA funds. So that's what we at Law and Order Committee is preparing for, is to drop that legislation to get these substations and police departments and detention centers and courts built. Any other questions?
Chinle's on there.
Yeah, so Chinle, the training center is on there. Yeah. And it is deemed a construction-ready project. So is Delcon, construction-ready. Rama is also construction-ready. Dislogene is also construction-ready. And I can't remember the fifth one. There was only 5 of them that were, no, Shiprock is 40% complete for design. Winter Rock hasn't even started. They don't even have a land withdrawn.
The other thing too, you have to think about, they're gonna take another fine comb through this list. When people say we're construction ready, what they don't look at is our permits in place, such as, like, say this building wasn't here and that road was built and you had the mainline water line, such as the water across the road. You wouldn't dig across because BIA is going to say no. You're going to have to bore. The boring permit, the right of way, and then the amount of water usage the facility is going to use per day, so that the utility company can be prepared for the water need inside the storage tank. Meaning the storage tank in the community is based off of 80% full. And that determines the pressure in every community, in every home, in every structure. Power, NTUA purchases power. They don't make it. They buy power from WAPA. So through their power purchase agreement, they have to make sure that they buy the adequate amount of electricity to serve you guys. If they don't have the adequate electricity, blackout. Even that planning, and that's all part of pre-planning. And I always say this on council floor, we pay our managers and our division directors a pretty penny.
You get paid more than we do.
For them to get this information, but when it comes to finding things out, I'm not that we're the construction worker, no, and we're not supposed to be crunching the numbers. And when you go back to U.S. history again, legislature, the legislature is only to have 2 responsibilities: to appropriate funds and to make law, not to crunch numbers and not to be the person with the shovel out there. These are a lot of the things that we go through in order. We try to work with this, but we just want to make sure that because this ARPA money is only here for 4 years. One time we're only going to get this money, again, no more after that. So even
and there's a lot of preparation that is involved, as a delegate Otto has stated. So we have to work with NTUA. So that's why NTUA is proposing projects to us. So part of the other projects is capacity. So NTUA is saying we need to make sure that we have enough electricity to serve everyone. So we need to increase our capacity. And so we're also working with RDC. I believe RDC had a meeting yesterday regarding rights of way, because that's one of the biggest hindrance with development on the Navajo Nation is the right of way. So it's not that, we're not doing anything. We actually are conducting meetings within our committees to ask these questions, and then also reaching out to other committees to make sure that everything is set in place. So we will have to work with RDC for the rights of way, and we also have to work with RDC for NTUA. So that's why they're presenting all of this information to council right now, and all of these ideas are coming down the pipeline. And I think a lot of the, as much as we want to say, yeah, we're going to build, 100 buildings, it's how prepared we are. And it does fall back to the chapters, because the chapters are the ones who, should be getting all of this stuff ready. And so that's where Delegate Otto is talking, we as delegates, we wind up going out there and digging, using shovels when that's not really our job. So we have to make sure that all of that is in place and ready to go. So That was the question that was on Facebook. So again, I hope I was able to explain that in a thorough way. But we did have that meeting regarding the public safety facilities, and we had that yesterday. Okay, are there any other questions?
This
yes.
is Bessie Allen.
Oh, go
May
ahead,
I
Ms.
ask,
Allen.
On the hygiene safety, we did all the groundwork. But the facilities are reduced the way you were explaining, and you're dropping the legislation on July 23rd. Oh wait, the 13th, July 13th. Is that what I understood?
Yes, Ms. Allen. So the plan is we do have one work session that's scheduled, and that work session is to break down the costs and also to give a really good summary of what we're looking at as far as projects. That work session is with Judicial and Department of Public Safety. It'll take place at 9:00 a.m. on July 13th. I'm hoping by the end of that day that we'll have a complete list of all of the facilities, and then we'll be able to drop the legislation and it will be completely completed. I do have to say that that one of the things that we shared with the committee yesterday is that we're also looking at other sources of funding. So Law and Order Committee has been doing our homework for over a year now, trying to address the public safety facility needs. And so we are looking at a program. It's a brand new program called the 105 Lease Program. And the best way to describe that is basically BIA is saying, Navajo, if you build it, we'll lease it from you. So it'll put money back into the coffers, and it won't really cost the Navajo Nation anything. And on top of that, we get operations and maintenance included into that if we do enter into that lease program. So again, Law and Order Committee has been doing our homework. And we, I think it does help a lot being on the Tribal Interior Budget Council because I'm able to gather this information as chairwoman and then disseminate it out to Indian country, but also, take advantage of that information as well. So we are looking at that as a possible funding source. We have also been meeting with our congressional delegation to see if we can earmark money for these projects because earmarking is back. It went away for years, but it's back again, I think because of the ARPA. And then the third possibility is the infrastructure and roads improvement legislation that is currently being debated at the congressional level. So part of being a delegate is making sure that we understand what's happening at the state level and at the federal level and being involved in all of that. So we have been reaching out. I just actually had a meeting on Wednesday with Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office, and we're preparing to have a meeting with Senator Heinrich's office. Delegate Kiala Begay is heading out right now to meet with Senator Sinema and Senator Kelly and also Congressman O'Halloran. So we're kind of tag teaming and getting this information to them and letting them know that we are looking at them for possible funding sources.
Great. Thank you, Wes. Thank you, all of you. We're doing our part. We really do our part to do the groundwork, and all that is being brought in the facility. The water and power line, and we even paid for the water tank to be set there. So it's exciting, but I hope we get funding. Thank you.
We will be working for the communities. Vice Chair?
The other thing too is that I serve as the Navajo Hopi Land Commission chairman of the commission. And since this is a Chinle agency and you have our citizens who live on Hopi jurisdiction. And we are trying to find a solution because I believe Honorable Vince James, he represents a community that he has community members that reside on Hopi partition land. but realistically, they're Navajo citizens, their nearest chapter in the they live on a different jurisdiction where the nation, if anything happens, they ask, we call the Navajo police and they can't do anything. And legally, yes, their hand is tied. We're trying to look at that to see where some sort of a cross-commissioning effort could happen, because Chinle agency, especially here, we have our Navajo citizens who live within the Navajo region, and then on top of Hard Rock, there's HPL. There's not a lot, but there's some our Navajo citizens live there, and they may be, faced with domestic violence at home, and they may call the police. So we're trying to tackle that, and it's because it's a jurisdictional issue, and there's some legal issues that's tied to that, and I'm not too sure how much Chinle agency, from Chinle PD reacts to anything in that area pertaining to that sector of the land dispute there, off of the Navajo Hopi.
Some Hopi police do respond sometimes.
So we're trying to address that issue from the commission side also. I don't that it pours over to Fort Defiance agency and even into Western. Just give it, shed little light to that. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor to mention that other thing. Thank you.
So with that, again, we don't have anybody else waiting to speak. So we're going to go ahead and I believe that we are ready to adjourn. I'm going to pull up we went through the questions, recommendations, and follow-up. We are now at the close of the meeting. It is now 4:41. We have been in this meeting for 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 33 seconds, and it's still counting. But I do appreciate the hospitality here and also the assistance from law enforcement, the chapter officials, and also my colleagues who are all on the line or who are here in the Chinle facility with me. So with that, it is 4:42 and we are closing the meeting. Thank you.